If you're lying here tonight, feeling like your ordinary days don't matter, this is for you. Stay with me. By the end of this, you'll understand why the life you're already living is more meaningful than you've been told. And more importantly, you'll finally be able to rest inside it. There are nights when you lie awake, wondering if you've done enough. Not because anything dramatic happened, not because you failed at something, but because somewhere along the way, you learned to believe that everyday life isn't enough, that ordinary days don't count, that unless something remarkable is happening, you're somehow wasting the precious time you have. But here's what I want you to know tonight. Your everyday life is not the waiting room before real life begins. It's not the intermission between meaningful moments. It is life itself, the real thing, the only thing, and it has always been enough. You don't need to transform your ordinary days into something extraordinary before you're allowed to feel at peace with them. You don't need to achieve or accomplish or become someone different before your life counts as meaningful. The life you're living right now, with all its simple routines and quiet moments, is the life you were designed to live. And tonight, you have permission to stop questioning whether it's enough. Before we go deeper into these truths that will help you rest, if you find comfort here, gently subscribe. This channel exists to guide you into peaceful sleep, and your support helps us create more of these quiet sanctuaries for rest. Now, let your shoulders drop. Let the bed hold you. Let your breath move without effort. Your everyday life doesn't need to be examined right now. You don't need to prove its worth or defend its value. You're allowed to simply rest inside it. Tonight isn't for judging whether your ordinary days measure up. It's for recognizing that they already do, that they always have, that the very ordinariness you've been worried about is actually the foundation of everything stable and good in human existence. Let's explore why everyday life is not just enough, but exactly what you need. Something important has been forgotten in our modern world. We've been taught to think of ordinary days as something to escape from, as the mundane stretches of time between exciting events, as the background noise of existence that doesn't really count as living. But this is backwards. This is completely, fundamentally backwards. Everyday life is not the exception to living. It is living. It's the default state of humanity. It's what most human beings, throughout most of history, have experienced most of the time. Think about your ancestors, all of them, stretching back through countless generations. They didn't live in constant adventure or perpetual excitement. They lived in rhythms, seasons, daily patterns of waking and eating and working and resting. They knew the same routes, saw the same faces, performed the same necessary tasks day after day after day. And this wasn't a failure of imagination. This wasn't them settling for less than they deserved. This was life, real, actual, fully lived life. They understood something we've forgotten. That stability comes from repetition. That meaning emerges from the accumulation of ordinary moments. That a life well lived is not measured by how many extraordinary things happen, but by how fully you inhabit the everyday things. Your great-great-grandmother didn't wake up each morning wondering if her life was exciting enough. She woke up and did what needed doing. She tended to what was in front of her. She lived inside the ordinary with a kind of peace we've somehow lost access to. Not because she lacked ambition or dreams, but because she understood that the foundation of everything good in life is built from ordinary days stacked one upon another. Every relationship you value exists in everyday moments. Every skill you've developed came through ordinary practice. Every comfort you rely on was created through someone's daily, unglamorous work. The extraordinary moments you remember, the weddings, the celebrations, the achievements, they only exist because they rise up from a foundation of ordinary days. Without that foundation, there's nothing to rise from. And here's what's crucial to understand. For most of human existence, people didn't have a choice about this. Life was what it was. You lived where you lived. You did the work that needed doing. You didn't spend time wondering if you should be doing something different, living somewhere else, becoming someone other than who you were. You simply lived, day by day, season by season. And somehow, that was enough. But something shifted. Somewhere in the past few decades, we started believing that everyday life is a problem to be solved. That ordinariness is a trap to escape. That unless your days are filled with novelty and achievement and constant forward motion, you're not really living at all. And this belief is making you miserable. It's keeping you awake at night, questioning whether your quiet, stable, ordinary life is enough. But the problem isn't your life. The problem is the belief that ordinary days don't count, because they do count. They count more than anything else. They are the substance of existence. They are where relationships deepen, where character forms, where actual living happens. Your everyday life, the morning coffee, the familiar commute, the small conversations, the routine tasks. This isn't the pause between real moments. This is the real moment. All of it. Every ordinary second. And humanity has always known this. Throughout history, across cultures, in every tradition, the wisdom is the same. Life is found in the present moment, in the simple things, in what's ordinary and close and available right now. Your ancestors didn't waste time wondering if their lives were interesting enough. They knew that life wasn't supposed to be interesting all the time. It was supposed to be lived, steadily, consistently, with presence and attention to what was directly in front of them. This doesn't mean you can't have goals or dreams or desires for change. It means that the pursuit of those things doesn't negate the value of today, doesn't make your current ordinary life somehow less worthy of your appreciation and care. You are living a human life, and human lives are made almost entirely of everyday moments. This is not a bug. This is not a flaw in the design. This is exactly how life is supposed to work. The default state of humanity is everyday life, ordinary rhythms, familiar patterns, the same tasks repeated, the same places inhabited, the same people loved day after day. And our species has not just survived this way. We've thrived. We've created art and built cities and loved deeply and found meaning and raised children and grown old, surrounded by people who matter, all of it built on the foundation of ordinary days. Your life doesn't need to be different to be enough. It doesn't need to be more exciting or more productive or more anything. It just needs to be lived, noticed, inhabited fully, right where you are, tonight. As you lie here, you can let go of the belief that ordinary days are somehow insufficient. You can stop judging your life against some impossible standard of constant remarkability, because the truth is simpler and kinder than you've been told. Everyday life is the default state of humanity. It always has been, and it is enough. It has always been enough. You are enough, living it. Your body has been keeping time since before you were born. While you were still forming in the womb, your cells were already learning the rhythm of day and night, the pattern of your mother's heartbeat, the cycle of activity and rest. And when you emerged into the world, your body didn't need instructions. It already knew. It understood, at a level deeper than thought, that life moves in rhythms. That survival depends on synchronizing with patterns larger than yourself. This isn't poetry. This is biology. Your body is literally designed to live in daily rhythms. Every cell contains a molecular clock that keeps roughly 24-hour time. Your brain has a master pacemaker that coordinates these billions of tiny clocks, aligning them with the rotation of the earth, with the cycle of light and dark. When morning light touches your eyes, it triggers a cascade of hormonal changes. Cortisol rises, body temperature increases, alertness grows. Your body is preparing for the active phase of the daily cycle. When darkness falls, different changes occur. Melatonin begins to flow. Your temperature drops. Your muscles release their tension. Your entire physiology shifts into rest mode, preparing for sleep and restoration. This happens whether you think about it or not, whether you approve of it or not. Your body doesn't wait for permission to follow its ancient rhythms. And these rhythms aren't just about sleep and waking. They govern everything. Your digestive system works on a rhythm. Your hunger arrives at predictable times because your body has learned when food usually comes. Your stomach produces acid in anticipation. Your intestines prepare for the work of digestion. Your immune system follows a daily pattern. Inflammation is lowest in the morning and peaks at night. Your body fights infections more aggressively during sleep, when energy isn't needed for other tasks. Even your mood follows a rhythm. Most people feel most alert and capable in late morning. Energy dips in early afternoon. A second wind arrives in early evening. This isn't random. This is your circadian system orchestrating your daily experience. And here's what matters. These rhythms are maintained by everyday life, by regularity, by doing similar things at similar times, day after day. Your body doesn't thrive on constant novelty. It thrives on predictability. When you eat breakfast around the same time each morning, your body learns to prepare for it. Digestion becomes more efficient. When you go to bed at roughly the same time each night, your body learns when to initiate its sleep preparations. You fall asleep more easily. The routine you've been taught to think of as boring, that's actually what your biology is asking for. Your body wants familiar patterns. It needs them. They reduce the amount of adaptation and adjustment required just to function. Think about what happens when these rhythms are disrupted. When you travel across time zones, when you work night shifts, when you stay up late and wake at random times, your body doesn't adapt immediately. It struggles. You feel disoriented, foggy, uncomfortable. Not because anything is wrong with you, but because your internal rhythms are out of sync with external reality. This discomfort is your body's way of communicating something important. It's saying, I need regularity. I need patterns I can rely on. I need the stability of everyday rhythms. And this isn't weakness. This isn't your body being difficult or high maintenance. This is sophisticated biological wisdom developed over millions of years of evolution. Your ancestors, who maintained regular patterns, who ate when food was available, who slept when darkness came, who moved with the rhythms of their environment, they survived. Their bodies functioned efficiently. They had energy for the challenges they faced, the ones who constantly disrupted their rhythms, who ignored their body's signals, who treated daily patterns as optional. They struggled more. They survived less often. They passed on their genes less frequently. So the body you're lying in right now carries the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. And that wisdom says clearly, everyday rhythms are not just nice to have. They are essential. They are how human bodies maintain health, energy, balance, the ordinary pattern of your days, waking, eating, moving, resting. This isn't something to transcend or escape. This is your biology working exactly as designed. You are not meant to live in constant variation. You are not designed for perpetual novelty. Your body is built for rhythm, pattern, the reliable repetition of daily cycles. And when you provide this, when you honor your body's need for everyday rhythms, everything works better. Sleep comes more easily. Digestion improves. Mood stabilizes. Energy becomes more reliable. Tonight, your body isn't asking you to do anything extraordinary. It's asking for exactly what it always asks for. Regular rest at a regular time. The familiar comfort of your bed. The predictable pattern of lying down when darkness comes. This is what your body was designed for. Not excitement, not constant stimulation, but the steady, reliable rhythm of everyday life. Let your body have what it needs. Let it follow its ancient patterns without judgment or resistance. Let the daily rhythm carry you into sleep the way it has carried humans into sleep for as long as our species has existed. Your body knows what to do. It has always known. And tonight, all you need to do is stop interfering. Stop questioning whether this ordinary routine is enough. It is enough. Your body is telling you so with every cell. Listen to it. Trust it. Rest. Your nervous system is always calculating, always assessing, always asking the same fundamental question beneath every moment of your waking life. Am I safe? This question runs constantly in the background of your awareness. You don't usually notice it, but it's there, always scanning, always evaluating, always consuming energy to determine whether the current moment requires vigilance or allows relaxation. And here's what determines the answer to that question more than anything else: familiarity. When your nervous system encounters something familiar, a routine task, a known environment, a predictable pattern, it requires far less energy to process. The conclusion, this is safe, comes quickly, automatically, without conscious thought. But when something unfamiliar appears, everything changes. Your nervous system shifts into a higher gear. Attention sharpens. Heart rate increases slightly. Muscles prepare for potential action. More cognitive resources are allocated to analyzing the new situation. This isn't anxiety. This isn't fear. This is just your nervous system doing its job, protecting you by paying extra attention to anything that might require a response. And this vigilance is necessary. It has kept humans alive for millions of years. Your ancestors who paid attention to unfamiliar situations, who noticed the unusual sound, the unexpected movement, the changed pattern, they survived more often. They avoided dangers that killed those who were less vigilant. But vigilance has a cost. It requires energy. It creates a low-level activation throughout your entire system. And when too many unfamiliar things happen too quickly, or when you're constantly encountering novel situations, the cumulative load becomes exhausting. This is why new experiences, while often enjoyable, are also tiring. Why travel, even when wonderful, leaves you depleted. Why starting a new job, moving to a new place, or learning a new skill feels effortful even when you want to do it. Your nervous system is working harder during those times, processing more information, making more calculations, staying more alert. But familiar tasks work differently. They lighten the load instead of adding to it. When you do something you've done many times before, making your morning coffee, driving a familiar route, washing dishes in your own sink, your nervous system barely needs to engage. The patterns are so well established that they run almost automatically. Your hands know where everything is. Your body knows the movements required. Your mind can relax because no new information needs processing. Everything is exactly where it should be, working exactly as expected. This isn't boredom. This is efficiency. This is your nervous system conserving resources by not having to analyze situations it has already determined are safe. And this conservation matters more than you might realize, because your nervous system has a limited budget of energy and attention. When that budget is spent on constant vigilance, on processing novelty, on adapting to change, there's less available for everything else. Less for emotional regulation, less for patience, less for creativity and problem solving, less for simply feeling okay. But when your days are filled with familiar tasks, when you move through known patterns in predictable ways, your nervous system can relax. The background question, "Am I safe?" is answered immediately, repeatedly, with a quiet yes. And this ongoing reassurance creates something profound. A baseline sense of security that allows everything else to function better. You sleep more easily because your nervous system isn't carrying elevated activation into the night. You handle challenges more effectively because you have more resources available. You feel more stable because your system isn't constantly adjusting to new circumstances. This is why coming home after a long day feels so relieving. Why your own bed is more comfortable than any hotel. Why familiar routines are soothing even when they seem boring. Your nervous system recognizes familiar, and familiar means safe, and safe means rest. The everyday tasks you've been dismissing as meaningless, they're actually serving a crucial function. They're giving your nervous system a break. They're providing islands of low-demand activity in a world that often requires high alertness. When you wash the same dishes in the same sink, when you walk the same route, when you sit in the same chair and drink from the same cup, you're not stuck in monotony. You're giving your body what it needs to maintain balance. Tonight, as you lie in your familiar bed, in your familiar room, following the familiar routine of preparing for sleep, notice how your body responds. Notice how your breathing deepens automatically, how your muscles begin to release without effort, how something in you recognizes this pattern and starts the process of winding down. This is your nervous system receiving the signal it needs, the signal that says, "This is known. This is safe. This is the time and place for rest. You don't have to create this response. You don't have to force it. It happens naturally when the conditions are right, when familiarity tells your body that vigilance can stop. The ordinary, everyday nature of your life isn't dulling you. It's supporting you. It's giving your nervous system the predictability it needs to function optimally. Let the familiar hold you tonight. Let the repetitive comfort of your routine do what it was designed to do. Let your nervous system relax into what it knows, because familiar tasks reduce nervous system load. And tonight, you need that reduction. You need the gentle reassurance that comes from being in a place your body recognizes as safe. Your everyday life is giving you this gift every single ordinary day. Stop questioning it. Start receiving it. Start letting it do what it does best. Hold you, calm you, help you rest. Look at a tree standing in your yard or along your street. It has been there for years, maybe decades, maybe longer. Every single day of its life has been essentially the same. Sunlight arrives. Roots draw water. Leaves photosynthesize. Cells divide and grow according to ancient patterns written into its DNA. Nothing exciting happens to a tree. No adventures. No novel experiences. No stimulation beyond the predictable cycle of seasons repeating endlessly. And yet the tree thrives. It grows strong and tall. It produces leaves and seeds. It weathers storms and recovers. It lives its entire existence in what we might call profound ordinariness. The tree doesn't need excitement to be alive. It needs only what it has always needed: water, light, soil, time. The same things. Day after day, year after year. And this isn't unique to trees. This is how biology works. All of it, everywhere. Look at your own body. Right now, as you lie here, billions of cells are performing the same tasks they performed yesterday and will perform tomorrow. Your heart is beating in its steady rhythm. Your lungs are expanding and contracting. Your digestive system is processing. Your immune system is patrolling. None of these processes require excitement. None of them need novelty or stimulation to function. In fact, they work best when conditions are stable, predictable, unchanging. Your heart doesn't benefit from irregular rhythms. It functions optimally when it can beat steadily, hour after hour, day after day. Your digestive system doesn't improve with constant dietary changes. It works most efficiently when you eat similar foods at similar times, giving it patterns it can anticipate and prepare for. Your entire physiology is designed for constancy, not excitement, for reliable repetition, not constant variation. This is one of the most important things evolution has taught us about life. Survival doesn't come from seeking constant stimulation. It comes from finding stable conditions and maintaining them. The organisms that survived and reproduced successfully throughout history weren't the ones chasing novelty. They were the ones who found a viable ecological niche and stayed there, who developed reliable patterns for obtaining food, avoiding predators, reproducing successfully. They did the same things in the same ways, generation after generation. And this repetition wasn't stagnation. It was success. It was life working exactly as life is meant to work. But somewhere in our modern existence, we've developed a strange belief. We've come to think that constant excitement is necessary for well-being, that without regular stimulation, regular novelty, regular doses of something new and different, we're somehow failing at life. We feel guilty about our routines, apologetic about our predictable patterns, worried that our everyday sameness means we're not really living. But your biology is telling you something completely different. Your body is saying clearly, constantly, I don't need excitement. I need stability. I need patterns I can rely on. I need the calm predictability of days that look similar to each other. Think about what happens when you experience constant excitement, when every day brings something new and stimulating and demanding of your attention. Initially, it might feel energizing, engaging, like you're finally really living. But watch what happens over time. Your sleep quality degrades. Your stress hormones remain elevated. Your nervous system can't find its baseline. You feel wired and tired simultaneously. You're exhausted, but can't rest because your system is still activated from all the stimulation. This isn't because you're weak or incapable of handling an exciting life. This is because constant excitement isn't what human bodies are designed to sustain. We're designed for something different, for rhythms that include both activity and rest, for days that contain stimulation followed by recovery, for lives that balance engagement with the world and withdrawal from it, the most stable. Long-lived organisms on Earth, the trees that stand for centuries, the tortoises that live for generations, they don't have exciting lives. They have steady lives, predictable lives, lives built on the foundation of reliable, repeated patterns. And humans are no different. We are biological organisms subject to the same fundamental rules that govern all living things. We need sleep every day. We need food at regular intervals. We need our core body temperature to stay within a very narrow range. We need our blood sugar to remain stable, our pH balanced, our heart rate within normal parameters. All of this requires constancy, not excitement, stability, not stimulation. Your body doesn't wake up each morning hoping for an adrenaline rush. It wakes up hoping for another day of reliable conditions, another day where the patterns hold, another day where nothing requires emergency activation. This is what health looks like at the biological level. Not constant peaks of excitement, but steady maintenance of optimal conditions. And when you provide this, when you give your body the everyday predictability it's asking for, it rewards you with better sleep, more stable energy, improved resilience, a baseline sense of well-being that doesn't depend on external circumstances. But when you chase constant excitement, when you treat everyday life as something to escape from rather than inhabit, you're working against your own biology. You're asking your system to remain activated when it needs to rest. You're demanding novelty when it needs familiarity. You're creating instability when it requires constancy to function optimally. Tonight, you can stop fighting against your own nature. You can stop believing that you need excitement to validate your existence. Your body has been trying to tell you something important, something true, something that will serve you far better than any amount of stimulation. It's been saying, I'm designed for ordinary days. I need them. I function best within them. Give me predictable rhythms, and I'll give you health, energy, resilience, peace. Nothing in biology needs constant excitement. Not trees, not animals, not the billions of cells working quietly inside you right now, keeping you alive through the simple repetition of their ancient tasks. And you don't need it either. You never did. You only thought you did because you learned to measure life by the wrong metrics. But life isn't measured in excitement. It's measured in breath, in heartbeat, in the steady accumulation of ordinary days lived fully, presently, without apology. Let your biology teach you what it has always known. Calm is not boring. Predictability is not failure. Everyday life is not something to transcend. It's exactly what you need. It's exactly what every living thing needs. Stability, rhythm, the quiet constancy of one ordinary day following another. Let excitement come when it comes, but don't make it a requirement for living. Don't let its absence convince you that something is wrong, because nothing is wrong. Everything is working exactly as biology has always worked. Steadily, reliably, quietly maintaining the conditions necessary for life. Your ordinary life isn't lacking something essential. It's providing something essential. The stability your body needs to be healthy. The predictability your nervous system needs to stay balanced. The constancy your cells need to perform their endless necessary work. Rest in that knowledge tonight. Let it settle into you. Let it release the tension of believing you should be living some other way. You're living exactly the way biology intended. Ordinary days, predictable patterns, the same simple things repeated, creating the foundation for everything else. Nothing in biology needs constant excitement, including you, especially you, right here, right now, simply breathing, simply being, simply alive in the most ordinary, most essential, most sufficient way. There's a reason you return to the same coffee shop, the same route to work, the same grocery store, even though there are others closer to your home. It's not lack of imagination. It's not fear of trying something new. It's something deeper, older, more fundamental than preference. It's your brain building a map of safety. Every time you navigate a familiar space successfully, every time you complete a known routine without incident, every time you interact with an environment, you recognize your brain is gathering data. It's learning. It's constructing an increasingly detailed understanding of what's safe. And this understanding isn't abstract. It's visceral. It lives in your body as a felt sense of security that you might not even consciously notice. But that affects everything about how you move through your days. This is how safety actually develops in biological organisms, not through dramatic gestures or intense experiences, but through repetition, through the patient accumulation of evidence that says this place is safe. These actions are safe. This pattern is safe. Your ancestors understood this instinctively. They lived in the same area for generations. They walked the same paths. They knew which plants were edible because they'd eaten them hundreds of times. They knew which water sources were safe because they'd drunk from them their entire lives. This familiarity wasn't limiting. It was life-saving. It meant they didn't have to treat every moment as potentially dangerous. They didn't have to maintain constant vigilance about basic survival needs. They could relax. They could invest energy in other things, building relationships, creating art, raising children, developing culture, all because the foundation of their daily life was stable, known, safe. And your brain still works this way. Despite living in a world radically different from your ancestors' environment, your neural architecture hasn't changed. You still build safety through repetition. Every morning when you wake in the same bed, your brain registers safe. When you move through your familiar morning routine, your brain notes safe. When you see the same neighbors, drive the same streets, enter the same workplace, each repetition adds another layer to your neural map of security. And this map matters more than you might realize. Because the sense of safety it creates isn't just emotional comfort, it's physiological foundation. When your brain determines that your environment is safe, your stress response systems can stand down. Cortisol levels normalize. Heart rate variability improves. Your immune system functions more effectively. Your digestion works properly. Your sleep deepens. But when your brain lacks sufficient evidence of safety, when you're constantly navigating unfamiliar territory, or your patterns keep changing, these systems remain partially activated, not in full emergency mode, but in a state of heightened readiness that consumes resources and prevents deep rest. This is why dramatic life changes, even positive ones, are so exhausting. Moving to a new city, starting a new relationship, beginning a new career. Even though you chose these changes, even though you wanted them, they require your brain to rebuild its safety map from scratch. Everything is unfamiliar. Everything requires assessment. Everything demands more attention, more cognitive resources, more energy than it will once it becomes routine. And during this rebuilding process, you're living with less of a safety buffer. You might feel more anxious, more reactive, more easily overwhelmed. Not because anything is wrong with you, but because your brain hasn't yet accumulated enough evidence that this new situation is reliably safe. But give it time. Give it repetition. Give it the same patterns repeated day after day. And gradually the map fills in. Gradually, the familiar replaces the foreign. Gradually, your nervous system learns to relax again. This is why people who move frequently or change careers often or constantly seek new experiences sometimes struggle with a persistent sense of unease. They're not failing at life. They're just never giving their brain enough repetition to build a solid safety map. They're constantly in the assessment phase, never reaching the relaxation phase. And this chronic low-level activation, maintained over years, can erode well-being in ways that aren't immediately obvious. Your everyday life, with all its repetition and routine, is building something precious. It's building a neural architecture of safety that allows everything else to function optimally. Every time you complete your morning routine, you're teaching your brain, I know how to do this. This works. This is safe. Every time you return to your home, you're reinforcing. This is my secure base. I know this space. I can relax here. Every time you interact with familiar people in familiar ways, you're confirming these relationships are stable. These patterns are reliable. I can trust this. And all of this accumulated evidence creates something remarkable. A baseline sense of security that doesn't depend on everything being perfect. A felt sense of stability that can weather disruptions because the foundation is solid. This is what long-term safety actually looks like. Not the absence of challenges, not a life protected from difficulty, but a strong enough foundation of familiar, reliable patterns that you can handle uncertainty when it arrives. Think of it like a tree with deep roots. The tree with shallow roots might survive calm weather, but when the storm comes, it topples. The tree with deep roots, grown over many years in the same soil, can bend without breaking. Your everyday life is growing those roots. Every ordinary day, every repeated pattern, every familiar routine. You might not see this growth happening. Roots develop underground, invisible, slow, but they're there, getting stronger, going deeper, creating the stability that will hold you when life gets difficult. And life will get difficult. Everyone faces storms. Everyone encounters challenges that test their capacity. But the people who weather these storms most successfully aren't necessarily the ones with the most dramatic lives or the most exciting experiences. They're the ones with the deepest roots, the ones whose everyday life has built them a foundation strong enough to hold them when the ground starts shaking. Your ordinary days are doing this work right now, building safety, creating stability, growing the roots that will sustain you. Stop dismissing them as meaningless. Stop wishing they were more exciting. They're doing something far more important than excitement could ever do. They're keeping you safe. They're building the foundation that makes everything else possible. They're creating the stability your nervous system needs to function at its best. Tonight, as you lie in your familiar bed, in your familiar room, following your familiar routine, recognize what's actually happening. Your brain is registering all this familiarity. It's adding more evidence to your safety map. It's reinforcing the neural patterns that tell your body you can rest here. You can let go here. You are safe here. This isn't boring. This isn't a life half lived. This is biology working exactly as it should. Building long-term safety through the patient repetition of everyday life. Let it work. Let the repetition serve you. Let your ordinary days do what they've always done for human beings. Hold you. Ground you. Give you roots deep enough to weather any storm. Create safety that lasts not because nothing bad ever happens, but because your foundation is strong enough to hold you when it does. Everyday life builds long-term safety, not through intensity, but through repetition, not through drama, but through constancy. And tonight, you can rest in that safety. Let all those ordinary days you've lived hold you now. Let the familiar carry you into sleep. You are safe. You have always been building toward this safety, and your everyday life is exactly what created it. You brushed your teeth this morning. You probably don't remember doing it. It was automatic, unremarkable, so ordinary that your mind barely registered the action. But that small action mattered, not dramatically, not in any way you could point to and say, "This changed my life." But it mattered. It mattered because you've brushed your teeth thousands of times, and that accumulated action has kept your teeth in your mouth, has prevented pain, infection, loss, has maintained something essential through simple, repeated care. This is how stability actually builds in human life, not through grand gestures or dramatic transformations, but through small actions repeated so many times they become invisible. You can't see stability forming. You can't watch it accumulate the way you might watch water fill a glass. It happens too slowly, too quietly, too gradually to perceive in any single moment. But it's happening. Every ordinary day. Every small action that seems too insignificant to matter. You made your bed this morning. Tiny action. Probably took 30 seconds. You might wonder why you bother. Why you maintain this small ritual when the bed will just be unmade again tonight. But making your bed is doing something your conscious mind can't see. It's training your brain in completion, in order, in the subtle satisfaction of finishing something, even something small. And your brain learns from this. It learns I can complete tasks. I can create order in my environment. I have agency over my immediate space. These lessons accumulate over weeks, months, years of making the bed. Your brain develops a slightly stronger sense of competence, a slightly more solid feeling that you can manage your life. You can't measure this in any objective way, but it's there, building, growing, creating a foundation of capability that supports you in ways you never consciously notice. The same is true of every small action you repeat: washing the dishes, taking out the trash, doing the laundry, paying the bills, showing up for work, returning phone calls, keeping appointments. None of these actions is significant in isolation. Any single one could be skipped without catastrophe, but their accumulation creates something profound. It creates the infrastructure of a functioning life, the quiet stability that allows everything else to work. Think about what happens when these small actions stop getting done. When dishes pile up, when bills go unpaid, when basic maintenance is neglected. At first, nothing dramatic happens. The world doesn't end. Life continues. But gradually, subtly, instability begins to grow. The unpaid bill becomes a late fee. The late fee becomes a collection notice. The collection notice becomes a damaged credit score. The damaged credit score becomes difficulty renting an apartment, getting a loan, sometimes even getting a job. And suddenly, what seemed like a small, insignificant action, paying a bill on time, reveals itself to have been a weight-bearing pillar in the structure of your life. But this only becomes visible in its absence. When the pillar is there, when the small action is being done consistently, you don't notice it. It's invisible, ordinary, unremarkable. This is the paradox of stability. It's invisible when present and obvious only when absent. The house with a solid foundation doesn't announce its stability. You don't walk in and think, "Wow, what an incredible foundation." You just live there, secure and comfortable, never thinking about what's holding everything up. But if the foundation cracks, if it settles unevenly, if it fails suddenly, you notice. Suddenly, the invisible becomes the only thing you can see. Your small daily actions are that foundation. They're holding up everything else in your life: your health, your relationships, your career, your sense of competence and capability. But because they're working, because they're doing their job consistently, you don't notice them. They feel boring, insignificant, like they don't really matter. But they matter more than almost anything else. They matter more than the big dramatic moments you think define your life. Because those big moments, the successes, the achievements, the milestones, they only happen because the foundation is solid. Because the small actions have been accumulating stability for long enough that you can build something bigger on top of them. You can't skip the foundation and jump straight to the impressive stuff. Life doesn't work that way. Biology doesn't work that way. Everything meaningful is built on a base of small, repeated, ordinary actions. The writer who publishes a novel wrote every single day for years. The musician who performs beautifully practiced the same scales hundreds of times. The long marriage that everyone admires is built on thousands of small acts of care, attention, patience. Nothing significant exists without this foundation of accumulated small actions. Nothing. But our culture doesn't teach us to value this. We're taught to pursue the dramatic, the impressive, the headline-worthy. We're taught that what matters is the big achievement, the transformation, the before and after story. And so we dismiss the small actions. We feel like they don't count. We wish we were doing something more significant, more visible, more obviously important. But in doing so, we're dismissing the actual substance of stability. We're devaluing the very thing that makes stable, functional human life possible. Tonight, as you lie here, you can appreciate something you've probably never consciously appreciated before. You can recognize that your life is held together by thousands of small actions you've been taking for years. And those actions have accumulated into something precious, into stability, into a foundation solid enough that you can rest on it right now. You didn't build this foundation in a day. You built it slowly, incrementally, through actions so small they seem not to matter. But they did matter. They always mattered. And they still matter now. Every time you've shown up. Every time you followed through. Every time you've done the small necessary thing, even when you didn't feel like it. You were building this. You were creating the stability you're resting in right now. The stability that allows you to lie here safely, in a home you can afford because you paid the rent, in a bed you maintain, in a life that functions because you've been tending to it all along. This is not a small achievement. This is everything. This is what most of human life is actually made of, small actions accumulating into quiet stability. And you've been doing it. You've been building this. You've been creating stability through the patient repetition of ordinary care. Tonight, you don't need to do anything more. You don't need to achieve something impressive or transform something broken or prove your worth through some dramatic gesture. You just need to recognize what you've already been doing, what you've been building, what your small actions have been creating all along. Quiet stability, the foundation of everything good, the substance of a life that works. Let that be enough tonight. Let all those small actions hold you. Let the stability they've created catch you as you fall toward sleep. You built this, slowly, quietly, through 1,000 tiny actions that seem not to matter. And now it's here, solid and real, holding you exactly when you need it most. If you added up every extraordinary moment in your life, every celebration, every achievement, every dramatic turning point, how much time would it total? A few hours, a few days, maybe. If you've lived a particularly eventful life, a few weeks. Now add up everything else. Every ordinary Tuesday, every unremarkable afternoon, every quiet evening at home, every commute, every meal, every moment of simply existing without anything special happening. That's where your life actually lives. That's where most of your time has actually been spent. Not in the highlights, not in the moments you choose to remember or photograph, but in the vast, quiet expanse of ordinary moments that you barely notice while you're living them. This isn't a sad realization. This isn't evidence that your life has been wasted or poorly spent. This is simply the mathematical reality of how time works. Life is long. Days are long. And most moments within those long days are ordinary. This has always been true. This will always be true. For everyone. Everywhere. The person with the most exciting life you can imagine still spends most of their time doing ordinary things. Eating, sleeping, traveling from one place to another, waiting, resting, existing between the moments that might seem important. Even the most extraordinary day is mostly filled with ordinary moments. The wedding day includes hours of getting ready, waiting, small conversations that no one will remember. The graduation includes sitting, waiting, walking across a stage for 30 seconds, surrounded by hours of ceremony. The moments we designate as special are actually quite brief. They're punctuation marks in long sentences of ordinary time. But somehow, we've learned to think of those punctuation marks as the real content, as if the commas and periods are what make the sentence meaningful, rather than the words themselves. We think of ordinary moments as filler, as the space between real living, as time we're just getting through on our way to something more significant. But this is backwards. This misunderstands what life actually is. Life is not the special moments connected by ordinary time. Life is ordinary time, occasionally punctuated by special moments. The substance of your existence is not found in the handful of days you'll always remember. It's found in the thousands of days you've mostly forgotten. The Tuesday afternoons, the regular Wednesdays, the unremarkable weekends when nothing particular happened. That's where you've actually lived. That's where your time has actually gone. That's where your one precious life has been spent. And if you've been treating those moments as less than, as not quite real life, as time you're just passing through, then you've been missing most of your actual existence. You've been waiting for life to start, to get interesting, to become something worth paying attention to, while your actual life was happening in every ordinary moment you dismissed as insignificant. This is one of the great tragedies of modern consciousness. We're so focused on the exceptional that we've forgotten how to inhabit the ordinary. We've lost the ability to find our life in the moments that actually comprise it. But you can reclaim this. You can relearn what humans have always known. That ordinary moments are not empty time. They're not gaps between real experiences. They are the real experiences. All of it. Every single moment of simply being alive. The morning light on your wall, the taste of water, the feeling of your feet on the floor, the sound of birds or traffic or silence, the temperature of air on your skin. These aren't poetic descriptions. These aren't things you need to romanticize or artificially appreciate. These are simply what your life is made of. Moment by ordinary moment by ordinary moment. And most of those moments aren't dramatic. They're not Instagram worthy. They're not the stuff of stories you'll tell later. They're just time, life, the actual substance of existence. When you're old, looking back on your life, you won't be thinking about the extraordinary moments as much as you imagine you will. Those moments will still be there, still meaningful, still remembered. But what you'll actually be thinking about is everything else. The feeling of your home, the daily patterns, the ordinary comfort of familiar things, the quality of your regular days, because that's what life actually felt like. Not the peaks, not the highlights, but the vast plateau of ordinary time that carried you from one year to the next. And whether that plateau felt rich or empty, meaningful or wasted, will depend entirely on whether you learn to inhabit it, to be present in it, to stop treating it as less important than it actually was, right now, in this ordinary moment. As you lie in bed at the end of another regular day, this is your life. Not the preparation for life, not the between times of life, but life itself, exactly as it mostly is. And you can meet it with presence, or you can keep waiting for something more significant to happen. You can recognize it as the precious substance of existence, or you can keep dismissing it as not quite enough. But either way, this is where your time is going. This is how your days are actually being spent. In ordinary moments that add up to weeks, months, years, decades, ordinary moments carry most of our time. This is not a flaw. This is not something to fix or transcend or escape from. This is life. The real thing. The only thing. And it's happening right now. In this ordinary moment. As it has happened in every ordinary moment you've lived. The question is not how to make these moments extraordinary. The question is whether you can finally stop waiting for extraordinary and learn to fully inhabit what's actually here. Tonight, you don't need anything special to happen. You don't need this moment to be different than it is. You just need to be here for it, fully, without judgment, without wishing it were something else. Because this ordinary moment is carrying your time forward. It's holding your life. It's the substance of your existence, quiet and unremarkable as it is. Let it be enough. Let it be what it's always been. The real thing. Life itself. Ordinary. Present. Sufficient. Most of your time has been spent in moments exactly like this one. And most of your remaining time will be spent in moments like this too. Not waiting for life to begin, but actually living it. One ordinary moment at a time. That's all life has ever been. That's all it will ever be. And that's enough. It has always been enough. Tonight, let it finally be enough for you too. Your body doesn't experience routine the way your mind does. Your mind might feel bored by the same morning sequence, the same drive to work, the same evening pattern repeating day after day. Your mind notices the repetition and sometimes judges it, wonders if there should be more variety, more spontaneity, more excitement. But your body experiences routine completely differently. Your body experiences routine as protection. Every routine you maintain is actually a structure your body can lean against. A framework that holds you when you're too tired to hold yourself. A container that keeps things organized when your mind is too scattered to organize anything. Think about what happens on a morning when you have no routine. When you wake up and nothing is predetermined. When every decision is open. When you have to figure out from scratch what to do first, second, third. Even simple choices become effortful. Should I shower now or after breakfast? What should I eat? What should I wear? Each decision requires energy, requires thinking, requires your depleted morning brain to generate answers when it barely has resources to function. And by the time you've navigated all these small decisions, you're already tired, already depleted, and the actual day hasn't even started yet. But watch what happens when you have a routine. When the same sequence unfolds automatically every morning without requiring decisions. You wake. You do the first thing, then the second thing, then the third. Your body knows the pattern. Your mind doesn't have to engage. Everything flows from one action to the next without friction, without effort, without depleting your limited decision-making capacity. And you arrive at the start of your actual day with more resources intact, more energy available, more capacity to handle what actually needs handling. This is what routine provides. Not excitement, not stimulation, but conservation of resources through the elimination of unnecessary decisions. And this conservation matters far more than most people realize, because human beings have a limited budget of decision-making capacity each day. Every choice you make, no matter how small, withdraws from that budget. This is why judges grant parole more often in the morning than the afternoon. Why you make worse choices when you're tired. Why shopping when hungry leads to regrettable purchases. Your decision-making capacity depletes throughout the day, and once it's gone, your judgment suffers. But routine protects this capacity. It creates channels where life can flow without requiring constant decisions. It automates the necessary, so you have resources left for the important. Your routine isn't limiting you. It's liberating you from the exhausting weight of making hundreds of tiny decisions that don't actually matter. Does it matter what order you shower and brush your teeth? Does it matter which shoes you put on first? Does it matter which route you take home if they're equally efficient? No. None of this matters. But if you have to decide each time, it costs you something. Small cost, barely noticeable in isolation, but multiply it by dozens of decisions every day. And suddenly, you understand why you're so tired. Routine eliminates these costs. It creates a structure that carries you through necessary tasks without requiring your conscious engagement. And this structure does something else equally important. It creates predictability for your nervous system. Your nervous system is always scanning for patterns, always trying to predict what comes next, always asking, what should I prepare for? What resources will I need? What level of activation is appropriate for the coming moments when your life lacks routine? When each day is different, when patterns keep changing, your nervous system can't answer these questions. It can't prepare appropriately because it doesn't know what's coming. So it has to stay more activated, more alert, more ready for anything. And this chronic readiness is exhausting in ways you don't consciously feel, but that accumulate over time. But routine gives your nervous system what it needs: predictability, the ability to anticipate, the chance to prepare resources appropriately because it knows what's coming next. When you follow the same evening routine, your nervous system learns the pattern. It recognizes the sequence. And it can begin the process of winding down because it knows these actions lead to sleep. This pattern ends in rest. Your body starts preparing before you consciously decide to sleep. Melatonin begins flowing. Body temperature starts dropping. Muscle tension releases. All because the routine has signaled what's coming. This is biological efficiency. This is your body working with you instead of against you. This is what happens when you provide the structure your organism needs. And the protection routine offers goes beyond efficiency. It goes to something deeper, to stability in the face of chaos. Life will surprise you. Challenges will arrive unannounced. Crises will disrupt your plans. This is guaranteed. This is what life does to everyone eventually. And when these disruptions come, when everything feels uncertain and overwhelming, routine becomes the anchor that holds you steady. You can't control what happens in the world. You can't control other people's choices or random events or circumstances beyond your influence. But you can control your routine. You can maintain your patterns. You can keep doing the small, familiar things, even when everything else is chaos. And this maintenance isn't trivial. It's not just going through the motions. It's actively creating stability in your nervous system when external stability has disappeared. The morning routine stays the same even when life is falling apart. The evening pattern continues even when the day was terrible. The familiar actions repeat even when everything else is uncertain. And this repetition sends a message to your body. It says not everything is chaos. Some things are still predictable. Some patterns still hold. You are still capable of maintaining structure. This message matters more during difficult times than you might imagine, because when everything feels out of control, the ability to control something, even something as simple as your morning routine, reminds your nervous system that you're not completely helpless. You have agency. You have the capacity to maintain patterns. You can create islands of predictability in an ocean of uncertainty. This is why people who maintain routines during crises often recover faster and more completely than those whose routines collapse. Not because the routine solved the crisis, but because it provided structure when structure was most needed. Your routine is not a cage. It's not a limitation on your freedom or creativity or spontaneity. It's a framework that holds you when you need holding. A structure that carries you when you're too tired to carry yourself. And you can always choose to deviate from it. You can always decide that today calls for something different. The routine isn't a prison. It's a path that's available when you need a path to follow. But on the days when you're depleted, when you're overwhelmed, when you don't have resources to figure everything out from scratch, the routine is there, waiting, ready to carry you through without requiring anything from you except willingness to follow the familiar pattern. Tonight, you can appreciate your routine instead of resenting it. You can recognize it for what it actually is: a protective structure your body needs and uses even when your mind dismisses it as boring. The same evening pattern you followed hundreds of times, the same preparation for bed, the same sequence of small actions that lead you from wakefulness towards sleep. This isn't monotony. This is protection. This is structure. This is your body receiving the signal it needs to begin the transition into rest. Let the routine do its work. Let it carry you. Let it be the framework that holds you when you're too tired to hold yourself. Because routine is a protective structure, not a limitation, not a failure of imagination, but a biological necessity that serves you in ways your conscious mind can barely comprehend. Your body knows what it needs, and what it needs is this: pattern, structure, the protective framework of routine that makes life manageable when nothing else feels manageable. Trust it. Follow it. Let it hold you tonight the way it has held you through countless nights before. There's something you've been doing for so long that you've probably forgotten you're doing it. You've been performing, presenting, managing how you appear to the world, editing yourself constantly to meet expectations you might not even consciously recognize. At work, you perform competence. In social situations, you perform likability. With family, you might perform stability, or success, or having it together. Even alone on social media, you perform a curated version of yourself that looks more interesting, more accomplished, more something than you actually feel. This performance isn't necessarily fake. You're not lying. You're just emphasizing certain parts of yourself while downplaying others, showing what seems appropriate while hiding what doesn't. And this takes energy. constant, steady energy that you're expending all day long without fully realizing you're expending it. Every conversation where you monitor your words carefully, every interaction where you adjust your demeanor to match the situation, every moment where you're aware of being observed and you modify your behavior accordingly. You're performing. And performance is exhausting in ways that regular living is not. But here's what you need to understand about your everyday life. Your actual daily existence in your own space with your own routine. It requires no performance. None. Zero. Not even a little bit. When you're home, door closed, alone in your own environment, following your own patterns, there's no one to perform for, no one to impress, no one whose expectations you need to meet. You can exist exactly as you are. Tired if you're tired, messy if you're messy, quiet if you don't feel like talking, moving slowly if you don't have energy for speed. You don't have to be impressive. You don't have to be productive. You don't have to demonstrate value or prove worth or show that you're making good use of your time. You can just be, simply, ordinarily, without agenda, without audience, without judgment. This is one of the greatest gifts your everyday life offers: the permission to stop performing. During the day, you navigate complex social environments where performance is somewhat necessary. You meet expectations at work because your livelihood depends on it. You maintain social connections because relationships require some reciprocal effort. You present yourself appropriately because that's how you move through the world. But when you come home, when you close the door, when you enter your own private space, all of that can stop. The performance can end. The careful monitoring can cease. The constant adjustment to meet external expectations can finally pause. And in that pause, you can discover something you might have forgotten. What it feels like to simply exist without trying to be anything in particular. Your everyday life at home doesn't care if you're impressive. Your morning routine doesn't judge whether you're doing it right. Your evening patterns don't require you to perform competence or capability or success. They just exist as frameworks for living. Neutral structures that support you without demanding anything in return, except that you show up and move through them. You can wash dishes without needing to be the person who's great at washing dishes. You can fold laundry without performing domestic capability. You can make dinner without curating the experience for an imaginary audience. You can do these things the way a person does them when they're alone and tired and no one is watching. Which is to say, you can do them however you need to do them, efficiently or slowly, carefully or haphazardly, with attention or while your mind wanders. It doesn't matter. No one's grading you. No one's forming judgments. No one's comparing your performance to some standard. This freedom from performance is deeply restful in ways that go beyond physical tiredness. It's emotionally restful, psychologically restful. It allows parts of yourself to relax that you didn't even realize were tense. The part that's always monitoring, always adjusting, always trying to get it right. Be enough. Meet the invisible standard that you learned somewhere along the way. That part can rest when you're in your everyday life. It can stop working. It can take a break from the exhausting job of managing your presentation to the world. And this rest is essential. You cannot perform constantly without depleting yourself completely. Human beings are not designed to be on all the time. We need spaces where we can be off, where the performance ends, and authentic, unmonitored existence can happen. Your home is meant to be that space. Your everyday routine is meant to provide that relief. The ordinariness of your daily life is supposed to be the container where you can finally stop trying. But somehow, you've started performing even there. Judging your own life against imagined standards. Wondering if you're doing everyday life correctly. Feeling like even your ordinary moments should be more impressive, more optimized, more something than they are. And this robs you of the very thing everyday life is meant to provide. The chance to stop performing entirely. Tonight, you can practice stopping. You can lie here without trying to be good at lying here. You can breathe without trying to breathe correctly. You can exist without trying to prove that your existence is valuable. Because your everyday life doesn't require proof. It doesn't demand performance. It never has. You're the one who's been bringing performance into a space that was meant to be free of it. Your bed doesn't care if you're successful. Your home doesn't judge whether you accomplished enough today. Your evening routine doesn't require you to demonstrate that you've earned the right to rest. These things just exist. Neutral. Available. Ready to hold you exactly as you are without requiring you to be anything more. You can wash your face without performing good self-care. You can brush your teeth without demonstrating discipline. You can put on comfortable clothes without curating an aesthetic. You can do all of it as a tired human being who's simply tending to basic needs, without style, without grace, without any concern for how it looks, or what it means, or whether you're doing it impressively, because none of that matters here. None of that was ever supposed to matter in your private, everyday life. This is the place where performance ends, where you're allowed to be messy, inefficient, imperfect, ordinary, where you can exist without trying to be anything other than what you actually are in this moment. And what you are right now is tired. That's not a performance. That's not something to hide or fix or improve. That's just the truth of this moment. You're tired. Your body is tired. Your mind is tired. The part of you that performs all day is especially tired. And your everyday life is offering you something precious. The space to stop performing entirely. To let everything be exactly as it is without improvement or adjustment or careful presentation. Let yourself receive this gift. Let the performance end. Let yourself exist in your own space, in your own life, without any need to prove or demonstrate or achieve anything at all. Your everyday life requires no performance. It never did. And tonight, finally, you can stop giving it one. Just be here, ordinary, tired, unimpressive, exactly as you are. That's all you've ever needed to be in this space. That's all you need to be right now. You've been measuring wrong, using the wrong metrics, judging your life by standards that were never meant to apply to actual living. Somewhere, somehow, you learn to believe that time spent on ordinary things is time wasted. That the hours given to routine tasks and daily maintenance don't count as real living. That unless you're accomplishing something impressive or experiencing something notable, you're not using your time well. But this belief is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what life actually is and what time is actually for. Time is not a resource you're supposed to spend efficiently to maximize output. Time is the medium in which you exist, It's not something you use. It's something you live through. And most of that living happens in ordinary moments, doing ordinary things. The hours you spend cooking meals, that's not wasted time between more important activities. That's you maintaining the biological organism that allows you to do anything at all. That's you feeding yourself, which is literally the most fundamental form of self-care that exists. The time spent cleaning your home that's not taking away from more productive pursuits. That's you creating and maintaining an environment where your nervous system can relax. That's you caring for the space that shelters you. That's you participating in the basic human activity of tending to your habitat. The commute to work, the routine shower, the mundane conversations with neighbors, the ordinary errands. None of this is waste. All of it is life, real life, the actual substance of existence. But you've been taught to think of productivity as the measure of time well spent, to think of accomplishment as what makes life meaningful, to think of experiences and achievements as what counts, while everything else is just overhead cost. This is not how life works. This is not how humans work. This is a modern invention, a relatively recent way of thinking that contradicts everything our species has known for thousands of years. Your ancestors didn't think of their time as something to optimize. They lived through their days, doing what needed doing, existing in rhythms that match the seasons and the needs of their community. They spent enormous amounts of time on tasks we would consider unbearably ordinary: grinding grain, mending clothes, walking to fetch water, tending fires, preparing food from scratch, cleaning without modern tools, making things by hand that we now buy without thought. And they didn't apologize for this time. They didn't feel like they were wasting their lives doing necessary things. They understood that life is made of necessary things, that the ordinary tasks are not the price you pay for living, they are the living itself. You are still a biological organism with biological needs. You still need to eat, sleep, maintain your body, care for your environment. These needs don't disappear just because you live in a modern world. They still consume time. They still require attention. They're still part of what it means to be alive. And meeting these needs is not waste. It's baseline requirement. It's the foundation everything else rests on. You cannot think clearly if you don't eat well. You cannot handle challenges if you don't sleep adequately. You cannot function in chaos if you don't maintain basic order in your environment. The ordinary tasks that feel like waste are actually creating the conditions that make everything else possible. They're not stealing time from your real life. They're building the infrastructure your real life requires. But there's something even more important to understand. Even the time that serves no obvious purpose is not wasted. The quiet evening where nothing happened. The peaceful morning with no agenda. The hours spent simply existing without productivity or achievement or memorable experience. This time is not empty. It's not lost. It's not somehow less valuable than the time spent doing impressive things. This time is rest, is recovery, is your nervous system returning to baseline, is your body repairing itself, is your mind integrating experiences, is your emotional system processing everything you've been through. You cannot function without this time. You cannot sustain yourself without periods of ordinary, unremarkable existence where nothing particular is happening. Your body is not a machine that should run constantly at full capacity. Your mind is not meant to be engaged and productive every waking hour. You are a biological organism with biological limits, and you need downtime the way you need sleep. The ordinary hours, when you're not accomplishing anything, not experiencing anything notable, not making progress toward any goal. These hours are serving a purpose even if you can't see it. They're allowing recovery. They're giving your system time to rest and restore and prepare for the next period of engagement. Without these ordinary times, the extraordinary times wouldn't be possible. You'd burn out, deplete completely, lose your capacity to engage with anything demanding. The ordinary is not waste, it's fuel, it's foundation. It's the necessary counterbalance to everything else you do. And beyond all of this pragmatic function, there's something even simpler. Ordinary time is still your life. It's still happening to you, with you, as you. It's still part of your one existence on this earth. And if you spend all of it wishing it were different, wishing it were more impressive, or productive, or notable, you're missing it. You're missing the actual moments you're living through, while you wait for moments you consider more worth your attention. But there are no other moments. There's just this moment, and the next one, and the one after that. And most of them will be ordinary. This is not a problem. This is not something to fix or transcend. This is life, the real thing, the only thing you ever get. Your time in the shower this morning was not wasted, even though nothing special happened there. You were alive during that time. You were existing. You were experiencing water and warmth and the sensation of being in a body. That time was real. It was part of your life. It counted, whether you counted it or not. Every ordinary moment counts. Every unremarkable hour. Every day, when nothing impressive happened and nothing will be remembered and nothing changed except that you lived through it. All of it counts. All of it is your life. And none of it is waste. Tonight, you can stop judging your ordinary days as insufficient. You can stop measuring your life against standards of productivity and achievement and memorable experience. You can recognize that the ordinary is not the absence of meaning. It's not the waiting room before real life begins. It is real life. It's where you've been living all along. It's where you'll continue to live for as long as you're alive. Nothing about the ordinary is a waste. Not the time spent maintaining your body. Not the hours given to maintaining your home. Not the quiet moments when nothing happened. Not the unremarkable days that blended into each other without distinction. All of it was necessary. All of it served you. All of it was life, real and valuable, and exactly what it needed to be. Let yourself rest in that knowledge tonight. Let yourself stop judging the ordinary as insufficient. Let yourself recognize that you've been living fully all along, even and especially in the moments you dismissed as not counting. They counted. They all counted. And tomorrow's ordinary moments will count too. Your life is happening in the ordinary. It always has been. And that's exactly where it's supposed to happen. Your nervous system has been running calculations since before you were born. Constant, unending calculations about a single question that matters more than any other. Safe or not safe? This question operates below conscious awareness. You don't actively think it. You don't deliberate about it. But every moment of your existence, your nervous system is generating an answer. And that answer determines everything about how you feel, how you function, how you experience your life. When the answer is safe, your body can relax. Your breath deepens. Your muscles release tension. Your digestion works properly. Your immune system functions optimally. Your mind can think clearly. Your emotions remain relatively stable. All your systems can operate as designed because resources don't need to be diverted to threat response. But when the answer is not safe or even uncertain, everything changes. Muscles tense, breath becomes shallow, digestion slows or stops, immune function deprioritizes, cognitive resources narrow to focus on the potential threat, emotional reactivity increases. You shift into a state of readiness, prepared to respond, alert, activated. And this activation is not optional. You cannot talk yourself out of it. You cannot decide rationally that you're safe and expect your nervous system to immediately comply. Because your nervous system doesn't trust your thoughts. It trusts patterns. It trusts data accumulated over time. It trusts what it has learned through experience about which situations reliably lead to safety and which don't. And the single most important factor in determining whether your nervous system concludes you're safe is this predictability. Can your nervous system predict what's going to happen next? Has this situation occurred before? Does it know the pattern? Does it have enough data to confidently forecast the next moments? If yes, the safety signal strengthens. If no, vigilance increases. This is why familiar environments are so physiologically calming, even when your conscious mind finds them boring. Your conscious mind might think, nothing interesting is happening here. But your nervous system is thinking, I know this place. I've been here hundreds of times. I know what happens here. I can predict the next moments with confidence. And that predictability is deeply, fundamentally calming at a biological level. When you walk into your own home, your nervous system doesn't have to scan for threats. It already knows this environment. It has scanned it countless times before. It has established that this place is safe. It can relax the vigilance it maintains in unfamiliar spaces. When you follow your familiar evening routine, your nervous system recognizes the pattern. It knows these actions. It has experienced this sequence leading to rest hundreds of times before. It can begin preparing your body for sleep because it predicts with confidence that sleep is what comes next. This is biological efficiency. This is your nervous system conserving resources by relying on established patterns rather than treating every moment as new and requiring fresh assessment. But when your environment keeps changing, when patterns don't repeat, when you're constantly encountering unfamiliar situations, your nervous system cannot make confident predictions. It cannot relax into knowing. It must remain more activated, more alert, more ready to respond to whatever might happen next. And this chronic low-level activation has costs you don't consciously notice. You just feel more tired, more irritable, more easily overwhelmed, more reactive. Sleep becomes lighter. Recovery takes longer. Everything feels harder than it should. Not because anything is wrong with you, but because your nervous system is working overtime, maintaining activation, because it lacks the predictability it needs to confidently declare you're safe, your familiar home, your repeated routines, your predictable daily patterns. These aren't limiting you. They're creating the conditions your nervous system requires to function optimally. Every time you come home to the same space, every time you follow the same evening sequence, every time you lie down in the same bed at approximately the same time, you're sending powerful safety signals to your nervous system. You're saying, I know this. This is familiar. This is safe. You can relax here. And your nervous system, after receiving this message enough times, begins to trust it, begins to use it, begins to actually relax when these familiar patterns appear. This is why people sleep better in their own beds than anywhere else. Why your own bathroom feels more comfortable than any hotel. Why your familiar route home is less stressful than exploring new streets. Your nervous system has learned these patterns. It has categorized them as safe. And it responds accordingly by allowing your body to relax in ways it won't relax in unpredictable environments. Tonight, you're lying in a place your nervous system knows intimately. In a room it has scanned thousands of times, following a pattern it recognizes as leading to rest. And because of all this familiarity, all this predictability, all this accumulated evidence of safety, your nervous system can do something it cannot do in unfamiliar places. It can truly let go. It can release the low-level vigilance it maintains almost everywhere else. It can allow your body to enter the deep relaxation required for restorative sleep. This is not small. This is not trivial. This is your nervous system giving you access to something precious, the capacity to rest fully, to repair deeply, to restore completely. And this capacity only exists because of the predictability your everyday life provides. Because you've returned to this same place, followed this same pattern, created this same familiar environment enough times that your nervous system finally believes here is safe. Here I can rest. Let that predictability do its work tonight. Let the familiar be the gift it's always been. Let your nervous system respond to all the safety signals your ordinary life is sending. You're home. You're in your place. You're following your pattern. Your nervous system knows this. It recognizes this. And it can finally, fully calm. Not because you forced it to. Not because you convinced it with rational thoughts, but because you provided what it actually needs to feel safe. Predictability. Familiarity. The same patterns repeated enough times that they become trustworthy. Your everyday life has been building this safety for you all along. Tonight, finally let yourself receive it. Your brain is the most energy-hungry organ in your body. It represents only about 2% of your body weight. But it consumes roughly 20% of all the energy you take in. Every thought, every decision, every moment of attention requires fuel, glucose, oxygen, resources that are finite and must be carefully managed. And your brain is constantly making calculations about how to allocate these limited resources, where to direct attention, what deserves processing, what can be handled automatically versus what requires conscious engagement. This resource management happens beneath your awareness. You don't consciously decide how much energy to spend on each thought, but your brain is deciding constantly, prioritizing ruthlessly, conserving wherever possible. And one of the primary ways your brain conserves energy is through repetition. When you do something for the first time, your brain has to engage fully. It must process every detail, consider every option, make conscious decisions about every small aspect of the task. This full engagement consumes significant resources. But when you repeat that same action, something remarkable happens. Your brain begins building neural pathways specific to that task, connections that strengthen each time you repeat the action, networks that become more efficient with practice, and eventually, with enough repetition, the task becomes automatized. It moves from conscious processing to automatic processing, from high demand to low demand, from requiring significant energy to requiring almost none. This is why you can brush your teeth while thinking about your day, why you can drive a familiar route while having a conversation, why your hands know where everything is in your own kitchen without conscious attention. These actions have been repeated so many times that your brain no longer needs to fully engage with them. The neural pathways are so well established that the actions run almost by themselves, freeing your conscious attention for other things. This automatization is one of the most important features of human cognition. It allows you to function in complex environments without being overwhelmed by the cognitive demand of processing everything consciously. But automatization only happens through repetition, through doing the same thing, the same way, enough times that your brain learns the pattern thoroughly enough to run it without conscious oversight. And this is why your everyday routines, your repeated patterns, your familiar habits matter so much more than you might realize. Every routine you maintain is reducing the cognitive demand of your daily life. Every pattern you repeat is freeing up mental resources. Every familiar sequence is allowing your brain to conserve energy that would otherwise be spent on conscious decision-making. Think about getting dressed in the morning. If you have a routine shower first, then clothes, then coffee, same sequence every day, your brain barely needs to engage. The pattern is established. The decisions are already made. You can move through the sequence almost automatically. But if you have no routine, if every morning requires fresh decisions about what order to do things, what to wear, what to eat, how to structure your time, your brain must engage fully with each choice, must process options, must expend resources, making decisions that don't ultimately matter, but that still cost energy. And this cost accumulates, decision by decision, choice by choice. Throughout your day, by evening, you've spent resources on hundreds of tiny decisions that a more routinized life would have handled automatically. And you arrive at the end of your day more depleted than you need to be, more cognitively exhausted than the actual demands of your day warranted. This is why people often feel more tired on vacation than during regular life. Vacation seems like it should be restful. No work, no responsibilities, no obligations. But vacation is also high in cognitive demand. Every meal requires decisions. Where to eat, what to order, every day requires planning. What to do, where to go. Every moment lacks the automatic patterns that normally carry you through your regular life. And all those decisions, all that lack of automatization, all that constant conscious engagement, it's exhausting. Your brain is working harder on vacation than it works during your routine weekdays. This doesn't mean vacation is bad. It means that cognitive demand comes from more than just difficult tasks. It comes from the absence of routine, from the lack of automatization, from having to consciously process what would normally happen automatically. Your everyday life, with all its repetition, is giving your brain what it desperately needs: periods of low cognitive demand, times when well-established patterns can run automatically, opportunities to conserve resources instead of constantly spending them on decisions. And this conservation matters more as you age, more when you're stressed, more when you're already depleted. The cognitive resources you have available are not fixed. They vary based on sleep, stress, health, emotional state. And when those resources are low, repetition becomes even more valuable. When you're exhausted, you cannot handle high cognitive demand. You cannot make good decisions. You cannot process complex information. But you can still follow familiar patterns. You can still do what you've done 1,000 times before. The routine doesn't require you to be at your best. It works even when you're depleted. It carries you through when you don't have resources to figure everything out from scratch. This is why maintaining routines during difficult times is so protective. When life is hard, when you're overwhelmed, when your resources are strained, the familiar patterns still work. They still function. They still reduce demand to a level you can manage even when you can't manage much else. Your repeated morning sequence still works even when you're grieving. Your familiar evening routine still functions even when you're anxious. The automatic patterns still carry you even when you feel like you can barely function. Because they don't require you to be functional. They don't need your full engagement. They're designed to work on autopilot, requiring minimal resources, available even when you're running on empty. Tonight, you can appreciate what repetition has given you. All those days of doing the same things the same way. All those patterns you've established. All those routines you've maintained. They've been training your brain, building neural pathways, creating automatization, lowering the cognitive demand of your daily life in ways you never consciously notice but that serve you constantly. When you brush your teeth tonight, you don't have to think about it. When you get into bed, you don't have to figure out how. When you close your eyes, the familiar pattern takes over, guiding you toward sleep without requiring conscious effort. This is repetition serving you. This is your brain using its most efficient processing mode. This is cognitive demand lowered to nearly nothing, allowing what little resources you have left to be directed toward rest and repair instead of decision-making. Let the familiar patterns work tonight. Let the automatic sequences run. Let your brain rest from the constant demand of conscious processing, because repetition lowers cognitive demand. And tonight, when you're tired and depleted, that's exactly what you need. Not more decisions, not more novelty, not more things to figure out. Just the familiar, well-worn patterns that your brain can follow in its sleep. Literally, in its sleep. Because these patterns are so deeply established that they can guide you from waking to sleeping without requiring you to think about it at all. Let them. Trust them. Follow them into rest. Your body has an internal clock that has been keeping time since before you were born. This clock, your circadian rhythm, is not a metaphor. It's a physical system involving thousands of genes, controlled by a master pacemaker in your brain, coordinating the rhythm of nearly every cell in your body. And this clock wants to synchronize with external patterns. It's designed to lock onto predictable signals from your environment and use those signals to organize all your internal processes around a stable 24-hour cycle. The most powerful signal is light. Sunlight tells your circadian system when day has begun. Darkness tells it when night has arrived. And in response to these signals, your body orchestrates a cascade of changes. Morning light triggers cortisol release, raises body temperature, increases alertness. Evening darkness triggers melatonin production, lowers body temperature, initiates the transition toward sleep. But light isn't the only signal your circadian system uses. It also responds to patterns. When you eat, when you exercise, when you're active, versus when you rest. All of these behaviors send time cues to your internal clock. And when these time cues are consistent, when they occur at roughly the same time each day, your circadian system can synchronize powerfully with them. It learns the pattern. It anticipates what comes next. It begins preparing your body in advance. This is why people with consistent daily patterns sleep better than those with irregular schedules. Not because there's something inherently virtuous about consistency, but because consistency allows your circadian system to function optimally. When you go to bed at approximately the same time each night, your circadian system learns this pattern about an hour before your usual bedtime. It begins the preparation process. Melatonin starts flowing. Body temperature begins dropping. Alertness starts declining. By the time you actually lie down, your body is already primed for sleep, already shifted into the physiological state that makes falling asleep easy and staying asleep likely. But when your bedtime varies wildly, midnight one night, 9 p.m. the next, 2 a.m. the following, your circadian system cannot anticipate, cannot prepare, cannot begin the transition to sleep mode because it doesn't know when that transition should start. So you lie down, but your body isn't ready. Melatonin hasn't peaked, temperature hasn't dropped, alertness hasn't declined sufficiently, and you struggle to fall asleep. Or you fall asleep, but sleep lightly, restlessly, without accessing the deep restorative stages your body needs. This same principle applies to wake time. When you wake at roughly the same time each day, your circadian system learns to prepare for waking. Cortisol begins rising before your alarm. Body temperature starts increasing. Your body primes itself for the transition to wakefulness. And you wake more easily, more naturally, with less of that groggy, disoriented feeling that comes from being pulled abruptly out of deep sleep. But irregular wake times confuse your circadian system. It cannot prepare appropriately because it doesn't know when preparation should begin. So waking feels harder. Morning feels more difficult. You need more time to feel truly alert and functional. The pattern extends beyond just sleep and wake times. When you eat at consistent times, your digestive system learns to prepare for food. It begins producing digestive enzymes in anticipation. Your blood sugar regulation becomes more efficient. Your metabolism functions more smoothly. When you exercise at consistent times, your body learns to prepare for activity at those times. Performance improves. Recovery becomes more efficient. The physical stress of exercise is handled more effectively. Every consistent pattern you maintain is giving your circadian system information it can use to optimize your physiology. Every predictable routine is allowing your internal clock to do what it's designed to do: coordinate all your biological processes around a stable daily rhythm. And this coordination matters more than most people realize, because your circadian system doesn't just control sleep and wakefulness. It regulates immune function, hormone production, cell repair, toxin elimination, mood, cognitive performance, and hundreds of other processes. When your circadian rhythm is strong and well synchronized with your daily patterns. All of these processes work optimally. When your rhythm is disrupted or weak, everything suffers. This is why shift workers have higher rates of almost every health problem. Why jet lag makes you feel terrible. Why people with irregular schedules struggle with more health issues than those with consistent routines. Not because there's something morally superior about going to bed at the same time each night, but because the human body is designed to function within predictable daily rhythms, and it struggles when those rhythms are absent or chaotic. Your everyday patterns, the ones you might dismiss as boring or meaningless, are actually serving a crucial biological function. They're providing the consistency your circadian system needs to synchronize powerfully, to coordinate all your internal processes, to optimize everything from sleep to immune function to emotional stability. And sleep quality, specifically, is extraordinarily sensitive to pattern consistency. Of all the things affected by circadian disruption, sleep suffers first and most obviously. People with consistent sleep-wake schedules fall asleep faster, sleep more deeply, wake more refreshed. Their sleep architecture, the cycling through different sleep stages, is more organized and efficient. They spend more time in the restorative deep sleep and REM sleep stages. But people with irregular schedules struggle. Even if they're in bed for 8 hours, their sleep is lighter, more fragmented, less restorative. They wake feeling unrefreshed because their circadian disrupted sleep couldn't deliver the full depth of restoration their body needs. This doesn't require dramatic schedule changes to disrupt. Even varying your bedtime by an hour or two each night can weaken circadian synchronization enough to noticeably impact sleep quality. Your body thrives on consistency. It wants to know what's coming. It wants to prepare appropriately. It wants the stability of predictable patterns it can synchronize with. And when you provide this consistency, when your daily patterns repeat with reasonable regularity, your body rewards you with better sleep, deeper sleep, more restorative sleep, the kind of sleep that actually allows full recovery and repair. Tonight, if you've been following relatively consistent patterns, your body has already begun preparing for this moment, already started the transition toward sleep mode, already begun the process of winding down because it learned from all your previous nights that this is when sleep happens. And this preparation makes everything easier, makes falling asleep more natural, makes staying asleep more likely, makes waking tomorrow more gentle and less disorienting. This is your daily patterns working for you. This is consistency serving you. This is your circadian system doing what it's designed to do when given the predictable rhythms it needs. Let it work. Trust the pattern you've established. Let your body follow the rhythm it has learned through repetition. Because daily patterns improve sleep quality, not through magic, not through willpower, but through basic biology, through your circadian system being able to function as designed when given the consistency it requires. Your ordinary, repeated, predictable days have been building this, building the strong circadian rhythm that makes good sleep possible, building the synchronized internal clock that coordinates everything your body needs to do to rest and restore. And tonight, you get to receive the benefit of all those ordinary days, all that consistency, all that pattern maintenance. Your body knows it's time to sleep. It has already begun the process. And all you need to do is let it continue. Let the familiar pattern carry you. Let your well-synchronized circadian rhythm do what it does best. Guide you into deep, restorative, healing sleep inside you right now. While you lie here reading these words, thousands of repair processes are happening. Damaged cells are being broken down and replaced. Proteins are being synthesized. Tissues are being mended. Toxins are being processed and eliminated. Immune cells are patrolling for threats and clearing away cellular debris. This repair work happens constantly, every moment of your life, but it doesn't happen evenly throughout the day. It intensifies dramatically during certain times, particularly during sleep. And the depth and effectiveness of this repair work depends heavily on something you might not expect. Not nutrition, though that matters. Not supplements or interventions, but something much simpler: stillness, calm, the absence of activation. Your body repairs best when your nervous system is quiet, when stress hormones are low, when there's no emergency demanding immediate response, when all the biological resources that would normally go toward managing threats and challenges can be redirected toward maintenance and restoration. Think about construction work on a busy highway. The most extensive repairs can only happen at night when traffic is minimal, when the road can be blocked off without causing chaos, when workers can focus fully on repair without constantly responding to active traffic demands. Your body works the same way. The most thorough repair processes require downtime, require periods when you're not actively responding to challenges. When your system isn't activated and reactive, but quiet and receptive, and drama stress, intensity, emotional upheaval. Crisis is the opposite of quiet. Drama keeps your nervous system activated, keeps stress hormones elevated, keeps your body in a state of readiness rather than restoration. When you're dealing with drama, when your day is full of intensity and emotional peaks and crises requiring response, your body cannot fully commit to repair work. It must maintain enough resources in reserve to handle the ongoing demands, must stay partially activated and ready. This doesn't mean repair stops completely. Your body is remarkably adaptive and can manage multiple priorities simultaneously. But the depth and thoroughness of repair work is compromised when activation is high. It's like trying to do detailed, delicate work while someone is shaking your table. You can still work, but not as precisely, not as effectively, not with the full quality you could achieve if conditions were stable. Your body needs stable conditions for optimal repair. It needs your nervous system to be calm enough that all its sophisticated repair mechanisms can operate without interference. This is one of the most important reasons why sleep is so essential. Not just because your body rests during sleep, but because sleep provides the optimal conditions for repair. During deep sleep, your stress hormones drop to their lowest levels. Your nervous system shifts fully into parasympathetic mode, the rest and digest state. Your heart rate slows, your breathing deepens, your muscles release completely. And in this state of profound calm, repair processes can operate at maximum capacity. Growth hormone is released. Cellular repair mechanisms activate fully. Your immune system does its most thorough work. Your brain clears away metabolic waste products that accumulated during waking hours. All of this requires the stillness that sleep provides, the absence of activation, the quiet that allows your body to focus completely on maintenance rather than response. But this principle extends beyond sleep. The calmer your waking hours, the more repair can happen during those hours too. When your days are consistently dramatic, full of stress, crisis, emotional intensity, chronic activation, your body never fully transitions into repair mode, even during periods that should be restful. Your nervous system remains partially activated, ready for the next dramatic event. And over time, this prevents adequate repair. Small damages accumulate instead of being fixed. Wear and tear compounds. Systems that should be maintained through regular repair begin to degrade because they never get the optimal conditions they need for thorough restoration. This is why chronic stress is so damaging to health. Not because stress itself is directly toxic, but because chronic activation prevents the deep repair work your body needs to maintain itself. But calm, ordinary, undramatic days allow your body to allocate more resources to repair. Allow your nervous system to spend more time in parasympathetic mode. Allow the conditions that make thorough restoration possible. When your day is simple and quiet, when nothing particularly stressful happens, when you're not dealing with crisis or intensity or emotional upheaval, your body can maintain itself more effectively during waking hours and repair more thoroughly during sleep. This is one of the hidden gifts of ordinary life, of boring days, of the predictable, undramatic rhythm of everyday existence. It provides the calm your body needs to repair itself properly, the stillness that allows maintenance processes to operate optimally, the absence of chronic activation that permits deep restoration. You might wish your life were more exciting, more dramatic, more full of intensity and peak experiences. But your body is quietly grateful for the opposite, for the ordinary days, for the calm hours, for the absence of drama that lets it do its essential repair work without interference. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, if your day was relatively calm and undramatic, your body is ready to repair deeply. Your nervous system can fully transition into parasympathetic mode. All the sophisticated restoration processes can operate at maximum effectiveness. But even if your day was stressful, even if drama did find you, sleep still provides the opportunity for repair, for your nervous system to finally quiet, for stress hormones to drop, for your body to shift into the restoration mode it needs. This is why sleep is so crucial after difficult days. Not just because you're tired, but because your body desperately needs the calm that sleep provides to begin repairing the damage that stress caused. Let sleep do this work tonight. Let your body have the stillness it needs. Let the drama of the day, if there was any, finally end, so repair can begin. Your body knows what to do. It has sophisticated mechanisms for restoration and repair that have been refined over millions of years of evolution. But these mechanisms work best in stillness, in calm, in the absence of drama. Give your body those conditions tonight. Let everything quiet. Let activation drop. Let your nervous system shift fully into the mode where repair happens most effectively, because the body repairs best without drama. And tonight, there is no drama here. Just quiet. Just stillness. Just your body finally able to do the deep restoration work it's been waiting to do all day. Let it work. Let it repair. Let it restore. In the perfect stillness of this undramatic moment, there's a reason you feel different on simple days versus complex ones. Not just tired in different degrees, but different in quality, in texture, in your capacity to wind down and let the day go. After a simple day one, where you followed familiar patterns, handled predictable tasks, stayed within your routine, evening arrives gently. Your nervous system transitions smoothly from day mode to evening mode. Winding down feels natural, almost effortless. But after a complex day, one full of surprises, difficult decisions, emotional challenges, novel situations, evening feels different. You're exhausted but wired, depleted but activated. Your body wants to rest, but your mind won't stop processing. And you might think this is just about how hard you worked, how much you accomplished, how tiring the day was. But it's something more specific than general fatigue. It's about how much activation your nervous system accumulated throughout the day, and whether that activation has had time and space to discharge before evening arrived. Your nervous system responds to demands by activating, by releasing stress hormones, by increasing heart rate, blood pressure, muscle tension, by preparing your body to meet challenges, handle threats, respond to what needs responding to. This activation is necessary and appropriate. It's how you stay alert, focused, capable throughout your day. It's not a problem that your nervous system activates. That's what it's designed to do. The problem arises when activation accumulates faster than it can be discharged. When your nervous system keeps ramping up in response to ongoing demands without getting periods of lower demand where it can return to baseline. On complex days, this is what happens. Challenge follows challenge. Decision follows decision. Surprise follows surprise. Your nervous system keeps activating, keeps mobilizing resources, keeps preparing for the next thing. And by evening, you're carrying accumulated activation that hasn't been processed. Your body is still in a state of readiness, even though the demands have stopped. Still wired, even though you're trying to rest. And this accumulated activation interferes with everything your evening is supposed to provide. It makes it hard to relax, hard to enjoy simple pleasures, hard to be present with people you care about, hard to transition into the quiet state that prepares you for sleep. You end up spending your evening trying to discharge the activation your day created, trying to come down from the heightened state you've been maintaining all day. And this process is neither quick nor easy. Your nervous system doesn't have an off switch. It can't simply decide to stop being activated. It has to gradually discharge the accumulated stress hormones, gradually release the muscle tension, gradually return to baseline. And this takes time, but simple days work differently. On simple days, your nervous system activates less intensely and less frequently. Familiar tasks don't trigger high activation because they're predictable and safe. Routine patterns don't demand emergency response because you've done them countless times before. Your nervous system still works throughout the day, still manages what needs managing. But it doesn't accumulate high levels of activation because the demands stay within a manageable range. And crucially, simple days tend to include natural opportunities for your nervous system to return to baseline between activities, small moments of low demand, brief periods where nothing requires immediate attention, gaps where activation can discharge naturally before building too high. So when evening arrives after a simple day, your nervous system hasn't accumulated a massive backlog of activation. It's been processing and discharging throughout the day, staying relatively close to baseline rather than climbing higher and higher. And this makes evening easier, makes winding down possible, makes the transition towards sleep natural rather than forced. You're not trying to come down from a peak of activation. You're just continuing a gentle decline that's been happening naturally all afternoon. Your body is already primed for rest because it hasn't been pushed too far from rest all day. This is why people who maintain simple, routine-based lives often report better sleep quality than those with more complex, demanding schedules, not necessarily because they're less tired, but because their evenings start from a calmer baseline. They don't have to spend the first hour of evening actively trying to calm down. They're already relatively calm. Their nervous system doesn't have to work hard to transition from day mode to evening mode because the transition is gradual and natural. Your evening is trying to be the bridge between day and night, between activity and rest, between engagement with the world and withdrawal into sleep. And this bridge is easier to cross when your day hasn't taken you too far from where you need to end up. When the distance between your activated daytime state and your calm nighttime state is not so vast that crossing it feels impossible. Simple days keep that distance manageable. They don't launch you so far into activation that returning to calm requires heroic effort. They maintain you within a range where transition is possible, natural, achievable. This doesn't mean you should avoid all complexity or challenge. Life includes demands. Growth requires stretching beyond comfort. Important work often involves difficulty, but it does mean recognizing that complex days have a cost. They require recovery time. They make evening harder. They interfere with the natural transition toward rest. And when possible, when you have choice, there's value in choosing simplicity, in keeping some days deliberately simple and routine, in building regular patterns that give your nervous system consistent opportunities to stay near baseline, not because simple days are inherently better than complex ones, but because simple days make evenings work, make rest possible, make sleep accessible. Tonight, whatever kind of day you had, your evening has one job: to be the bridge from wherever you are to where you need to go, from your current state to sleep. And you can help this process. You can support your evening in doing its work by keeping your evening simple, even if your day was complex, by avoiding additional activation when you're already carrying too much, by choosing gentle, familiar, low-demand activities that let your nervous system gradually discharge. No intense movies that spike adrenaline. No difficult conversations that require emotional processing. No complex tasks that demand high focus. Just simple, quiet, easy things that ask little of your already depleted system. Let your evening be boring. Let it be predictable. Let it be exactly the gentle, unremarkable bridge you need right now. Because evenings work best when days are simple. And when days aren't simple, evenings need to be even simpler to compensate. Let this evening be simple. Let it ask nothing of you. Let it just be the quiet space between everything you did today and the rest you need tonight. Your nervous system has been working all day. Let it finally stop working. Let activation discharge. Let everything settle. Simple, quiet, easy. That's what evening is for. That's what makes sleep possible. And that's exactly what you need right now. Your emotional system operates like a wave, rising and falling, intensifying and calming, moving through peaks and valleys as you respond to the world around you. And these movements are necessary. Emotion is how your body communicates important information, how it signals that something matters, how it motivates action when action is needed. You need the capacity for emotional peaks, for joy that lifts you, for anger that protects boundaries, for fear that keeps you safe, for love that binds you to others. But here's what most people don't understand about emotional regulation. The height of your peaks determines the depth of your valleys. The more intense your emotional highs, the more dramatic your emotional lows. The greater the distance you travel upward, the farther you have to fall back down. Your emotional system is always seeking equilibrium, always trying to return to baseline. And when you spike high, your system compensates by eventually pulling you back down, sometimes below baseline before settling again. This isn't malfunction. This is your emotional system maintaining long-term balance through short-term fluctuations. Like a thermostat that overshoots before finding the right temperature. But this constant fluctuation, this riding of emotional peaks and valleys, is exhausting. It consumes enormous resources. It keeps your nervous system activated and reactive. It makes everything feel more intense, more dramatic, more demanding of your attention and energy. And it makes rest difficult. Because you cannot simply decide to stop feeling, cannot command your emotional system to quiet on demand. You have to wait for the natural return to baseline, and that return takes time. If you spend your day riding emotional peaks, whether positive or negative, you arrive at evening still activated, still processing, still moving through the emotional arc that hasn't completed yet. Your body might be tired, but your emotional system is still charged, still vibrating at a frequency incompatible with rest. And you lie down, but cannot settle, cannot quiet, cannot let go because your emotions haven't let go yet. But everyday life, with its ordinary routines and predictable patterns, naturally reduces these peaks, not by suppressing emotion, not by making you numb or disconnected, but by simply not triggering high activation in the first place. When your day is familiar, when you're doing tasks you've done countless times, when you're moving through patterns your body knows intimately, there's no reason for emotional intensity, no threat requiring fear, no surprise triggering excitement, no conflict generating anger. Your emotional system stays relatively quiet, present, responsive, functional, but not intensely activated, not riding peaks that will require long descents. You still feel during ordinary days, still experience the full range of human emotion, but the intensity stays within a manageable range. The waves are gentler, the fluctuations less extreme. And this creates something precious, emotional stability. Not the absence of feeling, but the absence of dramatic fluctuation. Not numbness, but steadiness. When your emotional waves are gentle, returning to baseline is easy, natural. It happens throughout the day, in small moments, without requiring effort or recovery time. You feel something. You respond appropriately, and then it passes. The emotion rises, does its job, and subsides. No lingering activation, no extended processing. Just a gentle wave that comes and goes. And by evening, you're already near baseline, already emotionally quiet, already in a state compatible with rest. You don't have to work to calm yourself down. Don't have to actively discharge intense emotional activation. Don't have to wait for dramatic feelings to finally complete their arc. You're just here, present, relatively calm, ready for the gentle transition into sleep. This is one of the most underappreciated benefits of ordinary life. It keeps your emotional system within a range where self-regulation is easy and natural. You're not constantly being pushed to your emotional limits, not regularly experiencing intensity that maxes out your capacity to process, not riding peaks so high that the inevitable valleys feel devastating. You're just living steadily, feeling appropriately, responding proportionally. And your emotional system can maintain balance without heroic effort. But modern culture doesn't teach you to value this. Modern culture celebrates emotional intensity. The highs are presented as evidence of really living. The peaks are treated as the goal, the point, the measure of a life well lived. You're encouraged to seek peak experiences, to pursue emotional highs, to create drama and intensity and feelings so strong they overwhelm normal functioning. And then you wonder why you're exhausted, why you can't calm down, why rest feels impossible, why your emotional system seems constantly dysregulated. It's because you've been riding peaks all day, and your system is still trying to return to baseline, still processing the intensity, still working to restore equilibrium. But everyday life offers a different way, a way that doesn't require constant emotional intensity to feel meaningful or worthwhile, a way where you feel fully and appropriately without depleting yourself, where emotion serves its purpose without dominating your experience, where you can be present and responsive without being overwhelmed. The quiet satisfaction of completing familiar tasks, the gentle contentment of moving through known patterns, the subtle pleasure of predictability and safety, the calm presence of simply being here, doing what needs doing, without drama or intensity. These aren't lesser emotions. They're sustainable emotions. Emotions that don't exhaust you. Emotions that allow your system to stay regulated and balanced. And staying regulated and balanced is what allows rest, what makes sleep accessible, what permits your body and mind to transition smoothly from day to night without having to first recover from emotional intensity. Tonight, if your day was ordinary, your emotional system is already quiet. The waves have been gentle all day. You're already near the baseline state that sleep requires. And if your day was intense, if you did ride emotional peaks, at least your evening can be different, can be the calm after the storm, can be the space where your emotional system finally gets to settle without new peaks being introduced. You don't need more intensity tonight. You don't need more emotional stimulation. You need the opposite. You need gentle. You need quiet. You need the emotional flatline that lets your system finally rest. Let tonight be ordinary. Let your emotions be mild. Let yourself exist without dramatic feeling for these few hours before sleep. Because everyday life reduces emotional peaks. And reduced peaks make everything easier. Make rest possible. Make sleep accessible. You don't have to feel intensely to be alive. You don't have to ride emotional waves to prove you're living fully. You can just be here, feeling appropriately, but not dramatically. Present, but not overwhelmed. Alive in the quietest, gentlest, most sustainable way. And from that gentle emotional state, sleep comes easily, naturally, without resistance, because you're not trying to rest while still processing intensity. You're just resting, simply, quietly. Already calm enough that sleep is just the next natural step. Let the emotional peaks stay in the past. Let tonight be level. Let yourself finally settle into the steady, emotional state that everyday life has been offering you all along. Your brain is not designed to process information in one continuous stream. It's designed to process in cycles. Periods of engagement, followed by periods of rest. Moments of focused attention, alternating with moments of diffuse awareness. Active thinking, balanced by passive integration. This is how learning actually happens, how memory consolidates, how understanding deepens. Not through constant input and effort, but through the natural rhythm of engagement and rest. When you're actively focused on a task, your brain is in what neuroscientists call task-positive mode. Specific networks activate to handle the immediate demand. Attention narrows. Resources concentrate on the work at hand. And this is productive. This is how tasks get completed, how problems get solved, how focused work happens. But your brain cannot stay in this mode indefinitely. The networks that support focused attention require energy. They fatigue with use. They need recovery time. And more importantly, task-positive mode isn't where integration happens. It's not where your brain makes connections between ideas. It's not where insights emerge. It's not where learning actually consolidates into long-term memory. That happens during the gaps, during the moments between tasks when your brain shifts into what's called default mode. In default mode, your brain doesn't stop working. It shifts to a different kind of work, a quieter kind. The networks that were actively engaged during task-positive mode temporarily quiet, and different networks activate. These default mode networks are associated with memory consolidation, self-reflection, future planning, and most importantly, making connections between previously unrelated pieces of information. This is when your brain organizes what it just learned, files it appropriately, links it to relevant existing knowledge, transfers it from temporary storage to more permanent memory, extracts patterns and meaning. But this critical integration work can only happen when you're not actively focused on a new task. When you're in the gap, the space between focused efforts. And modern life has all but eliminated these gaps. You finish one task and immediately begin another. You move from meeting to email to project without pause. You fill every moment with input scrolling, reading, listening, watching. Your brain stays locked in task-positive mode almost constantly, always focused on something external, always processing new input, never getting the rest it needs to organize and integrate what it's already taken in. And the consequence is that nothing consolidates properly. Information comes in, but doesn't get filed correctly. Learning happens, but doesn't stick. You work constantly, but retain less than you would with properly placed rest. You're filling the container without ever giving your brain time to organize what's inside. And eventually, the container just overflows. New information pushes out old because there's no organized system, no integrated structure, just constant accumulation. This is why you feel overwhelmed, why you can't remember things you learned yesterday, why everything feels chaotic and impossible to manage. Not necessarily because you're taking in too much information, though that might be true, but because you're not giving your brain the gaps it needs to organize what you're taking in. Your brain needs pauses, needs moments between tasks, needs space where nothing new is coming in, and it can finally process what's already there. And everyday life, with its natural rhythm of tasks and transitions, provides these gaps, not dramatically, not obviously, but consistently, The walk from your car to your office, the shower before work, the commute home, the time spent making dinner, the quiet moments before bed. These aren't wasted time. These aren't gaps to be filled with podcasts or phone scrolling or mental planning. These are the moments when your brain organizes itself, when default mode networks activate and do their essential integration work, when learning consolidates, when understanding deepens, when the chaos of constant input finally gets sorted into coherent structure. But you have to let these gaps exist. You have to resist the urge to fill every moment with new input. You have to allow the spaces between tasks to be actual spaces, not just transitions you rush through or fill with distraction. When you finish one task, before starting the next, there should be a gap, even brief, even just a moment of not doing, of letting your mind wander, of allowing default mode to activate. This isn't laziness. This isn't wasting time. This is giving your brain what it needs to function optimally. The gap is where insight happens, where sudden understanding emerges, where solutions to problems you weren't actively working on suddenly appear. You've experienced this. The answer that comes in the shower, the idea that arrives during a walk, the clarity that emerges when you stop trying to figure something out and just let your mind rest. That's not random. That's your default mode networks doing their job. Taking advantage of the gap to organize information, make connections, generate insights that aren't possible during focused work. But these insights can't happen if there are no gaps. If every moment is filled, if you never allow default mode to activate because you're constantly feeding your brain new input, your everyday life creates natural gaps. Moments when you're doing something simple and familiar that doesn't require full attention. Times when you're in transition between one activity and another. Spaces where nothing demands immediate focus. And these gaps are serving you. They're allowing your brain to organize, to consolidate, to integrate, to process all the input you've been feeding it throughout your day. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you're entering the longest gap of your day, hours when no new input arrives, when task-positive networks can rest completely, when default mode can do its deepest integration work. This is part of why sleep is so essential for memory and learning, not just because your brain needs rest, but because sleep provides uninterrupted time for organization and consolidation. But you cannot make up for missing gaps throughout the day by relying only on sleep. Your brain needs smaller gaps during waking hours too. Needs regular opportunities to shift between modes. Needs the rhythm of engagement and rest, not constant engagement until collapse. Your ordinary days, with their simple tasks and natural transitions, are providing these smaller gaps. And you can enhance this by being intentional about preserving them. By not filling every transition with your phone. By allowing moments of mental quiet between activities. By letting tasks have natural endpoints before beginning new ones. By trusting that the gap isn't empty time. It's essential time. It's when your brain does some of its most important work. Let tonight be a long, deep gap, a space where nothing new comes in, and everything that came in today can finally be sorted, organized, integrated. Your brain knows what to do with this space. It has sophisticated processes for organizing information that activate automatically when you stop feeding it new input. Trust those processes. Let the gap exist. Let your brain organize itself in the quiet space between today and tomorrow. Because the brain organizes itself between tasks, and sleep is the ultimate between task moment, the gap that allows the deepest organization, the space where everything finally gets filed correctly. Give your brain that space tonight, not by trying to control how it organizes, but by simply stopping the input, closing the day, letting the gap exist. Your brain will do the rest, quietly, efficiently, while you sleep. There's a belief embedded deep in modern culture that rest requires something special, some particular activity or experience that creates relaxation, some novel stimulus that helps you decompress. You finish your day and immediately start thinking about what to do to relax. Should you watch something? Read something? Listen to something? Try some new relaxation technique. Download a meditation app. And underneath this search is an assumption. The assumption that you need something external to create the internal state of calm. That relaxation is something you have to actively generate through the right input. But this is backwards. This misunderstands what winding down actually is. Winding down is not something you create. It's something that happens naturally when you stop creating the opposite. When you stop activating. When you stop introducing stimuli that require processing and response. Your nervous system wants to wind down. It's designed to return to baseline when given the opportunity. It doesn't need help relaxing. It needs the absence of things that prevent relaxation. And novelty, even pleasant novelty, prevents relaxation because novelty requires processing, requires attention, requires your brain to engage with something unfamiliar and figure out what it is, what it means, how to respond to it. This engagement is activation, mild activation, perhaps. Not stress in the traditional sense, but activation nonetheless. Your brain working, your attention engaged, your nervous system maintaining readiness to process incoming information. And this activation is incompatible with the deep unwinding your body needs before sleep. You might feel entertained. You might feel distracted from worries. But you're not actually winding down. You're just replacing one form of activation with another. Real winding down happens in the absence of novelty, in the presence of the utterly familiar. When nothing requires your attention because you've experienced it so many times before that your brain barely needs to engage. This is why the same evening routine every night is more effective for sleep than varying your routine. Why reading the same book again is more calming than starting a new one. Why familiar music helps sleep while novel music keeps you alert. The familiar doesn't demand processing. Your brain already knows it, already has neural pathways established for it, can experience it without significant engagement. And in that lack of engagement, in that reduction of processing demand, winding down can happen naturally. Your nervous system can finally shift from active mode to rest mode because nothing is requiring it to stay active. You lie in your familiar bed, in your familiar room, following your familiar routine. And every element of familiarity is a signal to your nervous system. A signal that says nothing new here, nothing requiring assessment, nothing demanding response. You can let go. You can stop monitoring. You can allow the transition into sleep because there's nothing here that needs your attention. But when you introduce novelty, a new show, a new book, a new app, Even a new relaxation technique, you're asking your brain to engage, to learn, to process something unfamiliar. And your brain will do this. It's capable of processing novel information even when tired. But this processing uses resources, creates activation, delays the natural winding down that would happen in novelty's absence. This doesn't mean you should never experience novelty. Novelty has value during appropriate times. It promotes learning, prevents boredom, creates interest and engagement with life. But evening is not the appropriate time. Evening is for the opposite, for the deeply familiar, for the patterns your body knows so well it can follow them in its sleep. Your evening routine should be boring, should be so predictable that your conscious mind barely needs to participate, should be the same sequence you followed hundreds of times before, because that boring predictability is what allows winding down. That familiar sequence is what signals to your nervous system that the day is ending and sleep is approaching. You don't need novel techniques to create relaxation. You need the absence of novelty, the presence of the familiar, the routine that requires nothing from you except that you follow it. This is why so many sleep experts recommend the same basic advice. Keep your evening routine consistent. Do the same things in the same order at roughly the same time every night. Not because there's magic in the specific actions, but because consistency eliminates novelty, reduces processing demand, allows natural winding down to occur without interference. Your body already knows how to wind down. It's been doing it every night since you were born. It doesn't need to be taught or helped or guided by novel techniques. It just needs you to stop interfering, stop introducing novelty, stop giving it new things to process when it's trying to prepare for sleep. Let your evening be utterly familiar. Let every element be something you've done countless times before. Let novelty stay in the past, in the daytime hours when your brain has resources to process it. Tonight is for the known, the predictable, the routine that's so familiar your body follows it automatically. You don't need to try a new relaxation method. You don't need to discover the perfect wind-down activity. You don't need to search for some technique that will finally help you relax. You just need to stop searching. Stop introducing new things. Stop asking your brain to process anything unfamiliar. The familiar bedroom, the familiar routine, the familiar sensation of lying down in your familiar bed. That's all you need. That's all you've ever needed, because you don't need novelty to wind down. You need the opposite. You need the deeply, boringly, perfectly familiar. And in that familiarity, winding down happens by itself, naturally, easily, without requiring any effort or technique or special activity. Just the same old routine, the same old pattern, the same old familiar sequence that your body knows leads to sleep. Let it be the same tonight. Let it be familiar. Let novelty wait until tomorrow. Tonight is for the known. And in the known, you can finally let go. Your body is always reading signals from your environment and your behavior, trying to determine what state it should be in. Should it be alert or drowsy, active or restful, ready for engagement or preparing for sleep? And it makes these determinations based on cues, information from your surroundings and your actions that indicate what's appropriate for this moment. Light is a powerful cue. Bright light signals daytime, alertness. Darkness signals nighttime, sleep. Your circadian system uses light information to coordinate your entire physiology with the day-night cycle. But light isn't the only cue your body uses. It also pays attention to your behavior, what you're doing, when you're doing it, whether your actions follow recognizable patterns. And one of the most powerful sleep cues your body can receive is consistency itself. The simple fact that you're doing the same things at roughly the same time you do them every night. This consistency tells your body something crucial. It says this is the pattern that leads to sleep. I recognize this sequence. I know what comes next. And your body, recognizing the pattern, begins preparing for what it knows is coming, begins the physiological transition towards sleep before you even lie down, because the pattern has signaled that sleep is approaching. This is classical conditioning applied to your own biology. Just as Pavlov's dogs learned to salivate when they heard a bell, your body learns to prepare for sleep when it recognizes your evening pattern. The specific actions matter less than their consistency. Whether you brush your teeth before or after washing your face is less important than doing the same sequence every night. Because what your body is learning isn't brushing teeth means sleep. What it's learning is this predictable pattern means sleep is coming soon. And every time you follow that pattern, every time you repeat the sequence, you're strengthening the association, teaching your body more thoroughly that this particular pattern is the one that precedes sleep. Over time, with enough repetition, the pattern itself becomes a sleep trigger. Your body begins the transition towards sleep as soon as the pattern starts. Sometimes, even before you consciously feel tired. You begin your evening routine and suddenly find yourself yawning, not because the actions themselves are sleep-inducing, but because your body has learned that these actions predict sleep and has begun preparing automatically. This is enormously valuable. It means you don't have to consciously create sleepiness. Don't have to try to force your body into the right state. You just have to follow the consistent pattern, and your body responds with the appropriate physiological changes. But this only works if the pattern is consistent. If you do different things each night, if your routine varies widely, if the timing changes significantly, your body cannot learn the association, cannot use the pattern as a predictive signal. It has to wait until you're actually lying in bed, with lights off, before beginning the sleep transition. And starting the transition at the last possible moment means it takes longer to fall asleep and longer to reach deep sleep stages. But when you follow a consistent pattern, the transition begins earlier. Melatonin starts flowing during your routine, not after it. Body temperature begins dropping while you're still moving through the sequence. Alertness starts declining before you reach the bed. So by the time you actually lie down, you're already well into the transition, already primed for sleep, already in a state that makes falling asleep quick and natural rather than prolonged and difficult. This is why sleep experts emphasize routine so strongly. Not because any particular routine is magical, but because consistency itself is the signal your body needs. The power isn't in what you do. It's in doing the same every night. In creating a pattern reliable enough that your body can learn it. Predictable enough that your body can use it. Consistent enough that the association between pattern and sleep becomes automatic. And once that association is established, once your body has learned that this pattern predicts sleep, you have access to something remarkable, a built-in sleep trigger, a physiological response you can activate simply by following your familiar routine. You don't need supplements or techniques or special interventions. You just need to brush your teeth at the same time, change into pajamas in the same way, get into bed following the same steps you've followed hundreds of times before. And your body, recognizing this familiar sequence, responds the way it's been trained to respond, with the cascade of changes that prepare you for sleep. This is your own biology working for you, your own conditioning serving your needs, your own pattern recognition being applied to create the state you want. But it only works if you maintain the consistency, if you honor the pattern, if you do tonight what you did last night and will do tomorrow night. Because consistency is the signal, the pattern is the trigger, and your body is ready to respond if you'll just provide the cue. It's learned to recognize. Tonight, follow your familiar pattern. Do what you always do, in the order you always do it, at roughly the time you always do it. Not because these specific actions are important in themselves, but because the consistency of performing them signals to your body that sleep is approaching. And that signal initiates the response, the physiological changes that make sleep possible, the transition that begins before you even realize it's happening. Your consistent routine is working for you, teaching your body, creating associations, building automatic responses that serve you every single night. Trust the pattern. Follow the familiar sequence. Let consistency be the sleep signal it's designed to be. Your body knows this pattern. It's ready to respond. It's just waiting for you to provide the cue. And the cue is simple. Just do what you always do. The same way, the same time, the same predictable pattern that your body has learned means sleep is coming. Follow it tonight. Let consistency signal sleep. Let your body respond the way it's learned to respond, and sleep will come. Naturally, easily, because you provided the signal your body knows how to follow. There's nothing waiting for you, nothing urgent that didn't get handled, nothing crisis level that requires your attention before morning. Your day was ordinary, and that ordinariness is exactly what allows you to rest now. Think about the days when you can't sleep. Really think about what's keeping you awake on those nights. It's almost never the ordinary parts of your day. It's the exceptional parts. The conflict that didn't resolve. The decision that still needs making. The conversation that ended badly. The problem that emerged without solution. Those are the things that follow you into the night. Those are what your mind returns to again and again, unable to let go because they feel unfinished, unresolved, still demanding something from you. But your ordinary tasks don't do this. They don't create the kind of activation that persists into the night. They don't generate the unresolved tension that keeps your mind working when your body wants to rest. You wash the dishes today. That's done. Complete. Requiring nothing more from you tonight. You did your work. Whatever it was. You showed up and did it. It's finished for today. It doesn't need your attention until tomorrow. You ate your meals. You moved through your spaces. You handled what needed handling in the moment. All of it ordinary. All of it complete. All of it released. And because your day was ordinary, because it was made mostly of simple tasks that got done and then were done, there's nothing pulling at your attention now. Nothing your mind needs to keep processing. Nothing waiting in the background, demanding resolution before you're allowed to rest. This is one of the greatest gifts of an ordinary day. Not just that it's easier while you're living it, but that it ends cleanly. It doesn't follow you. It doesn't create residue that persists into your rest time. Ordinary tasks have clear beginnings and endings. You do them. They're done. They're complete. There's no ambiguity, no lingering sense of unfinished business. No need to keep thinking about them after they're over. But exceptional events, conflicts, crises, intense experiences, they don't end cleanly. They create ripples. They require processing that extends beyond the event itself. They keep your mind engaged long after the situation is past. And this extended engagement interferes with rest, keeps your nervous system activated, keeps your mind circling back to what happened, trying to make sense of it, trying to resolve what feels unresolved. But tonight, if your day was ordinary, you don't have this problem. Your day is complete. Everything that needed doing got done. Everything that needed handling got handled. And now it's over. You don't owe your day any more thought. Don't need to review it or analyze it or figure out what it meant. It was just a day, an ordinary day. And ordinary days don't require reflection to be complete. They're complete by virtue of being lived, by virtue of moving through them and handling what arose and then reaching the natural end. Your day had a beginning. You woke up. It had a middle. You did what needed doing. And now it has an ending. You're here, in bed, finished with today. This is the natural arc of an ordinary day. Beginning, middle, end. Clean and complete, requiring nothing more from you. And this completion is what makes rest possible. What allows your mind to stop working. What permits your nervous system to stand down from its daily readiness, because there's nothing left to do, nothing waiting, nothing unresolved. Your day is done. And that doneness is so clear, so obvious, so complete, that your mind has no reason to keep engaging with it. You can let it go. All of it. Every ordinary moment, every simple task, every unremarkable hour that made up your unremarkable day. Let it recede into the past where it belongs. Let tomorrow be tomorrow's concern. Let tonight be exactly what it's supposed to be, the space between completing one ordinary day and beginning another. Nothing from today is following you into this space. Nothing is demanding continued attention. Nothing is creating the kind of activation that prevents rest. Your day was ordinary enough to end cleanly, to be done when it's done, to release you completely when the day is over. And that release is happening right now. Whether you're consciously aware of it or not, your mind is letting go of today because there's nothing in today that won't let go of you. The ordinary doesn't cling. It doesn't persist. It doesn't demand ongoing engagement. It simply is, and then it's done. And then it fades into memory without drama or difficulty. Tonight, you can rest fully because your day asked nothing exceptional of you, because the ordinary tasks you completed are truly complete, because there's nothing waiting in the background that requires resolution before you're allowed to sleep. Your day was ordinary, and that ordinariness is not a failure. It's not evidence of a life poorly lived or time wasted. It's exactly what allows you to rest now. The exceptional days are harder to release. They create residue. They generate ongoing processing. They keep you activated when you need to be calm. But today was not one of those days. Today was ordinary, blessedly, perfectly ordinary. And because of that ordinariness, You can let it go completely. Nothing is waiting. Nothing needs processing. Nothing requires your continued attention. Your day is done, and it's done in a way that allows you to be done too. Let that completion be enough. Let the ordinariness of your day be the gift it actually is. Let yourself rest in the knowledge that nothing from today is preventing your rest tonight. Your day was ordinary enough to let you rest, and that's all it ever needed to be. Your mind is trying to save things, trying to hold on to moments from today, trying to ensure that nothing important gets lost or forgotten. This is what minds do. They curate. They evaluate what matters and what doesn't. They make decisions about what deserves permanent storage and what can be released. And at night, when everything else is quiet, this curation process often becomes loud. Your mind starts reviewing the day, sorting through moments, deciding what's worth remembering. But here's what you need to understand. This work doesn't need to happen tonight. And more importantly, most of what happened today doesn't need to be remembered at all. Not because your day was meaningless, not because nothing mattered, but because most of daily life is not meant to be stored as explicit memory. It's meant to be lived and then released. You had breakfast this morning. You don't need to remember exactly what you ate or what it tasted like. You don't need to preserve the specific details of that ordinary meal. It served its purpose. It nourished you, and now it can fade. You had conversations today, small exchanges, brief interactions, comments about the weather or weekend plans or nothing in particular. These conversations served their social purpose in the moment. They created connection. They fulfilled their function. And now they can go. You don't need to hold them. Don't need to replay them. Don't need to ensure they're properly filed in long-term storage. You moved through spaces, walked from room to room, drove familiar routes, stood in line, waited, transitioned between activities. All of this happened. All of it was part of your day. And none of it needs to be preserved as memory. It can all dissolve back into the general sense of having lived today, into the vague, knowing that yes, you were alive. You moved through the world. You did what needed doing. But the specific details don't need recording, don't need protecting, don't need the kind of memory work your mind is trying to do right now. Most of human life has always been like this, lived fully in the moment and then released, not forgotten in the sense of being gone completely, but not held on to either, just allowed to blur into the general past, contributing to who you are without needing to be explicitly remembered. Your ancestors didn't remember every meal, every conversation, every walk from one place to another. They lived those moments fully and then let them go, keeping only what naturally stuck: the unusual, the significant, the emotionally charged. Everything else faded. And this fading was not loss. It was natural. It was how memory is supposed to work. The system is designed to filter, to keep the signal and release the noise, to preserve what's genuinely important and let go of what isn't. But modern culture has made you afraid of this natural fading. You've learned to think that if you don't deliberately remember everything, you're somehow losing your life, letting it slip away, failing to appreciate or honor your own existence. And so, you try to hold on to everything. Try to ensure that every moment gets properly stored. Try to review and preserve and protect against the natural dissolution that should happen. And this effort is exhausting. It keeps your mind working when it should be resting. It treats ordinary moments as if they're precious artifacts that must be curated, when really they're just moments lived, experienced, and ready to be released. Tonight, you don't need to remember what happened today. Your mind will naturally preserve what's important without your conscious effort. The significant moments will stick. The meaningful experiences will consolidate into memory during sleep without you having to direct the process. But the ordinary moments, and most of today was ordinary moments, they don't need preservation. They don't need your attention. They don't need to be reviewed and filed and protected. They just need to be released, let go, allowed to fade the way most moments of most days have always faded throughout all of human history. The specific route you drove, the exact words of casual conversations, the particular sequence of your movements through familiar spaces, the small tasks completed and immediately forgotten. None of this needs saving. It happened. It was real. It was part of your lived experience today, and now it can dissolve, can blur, can become part of the undifferentiated past rather than discrete memories you must maintain. This isn't losing your life. This is living it correctly. This is allowing your memory system to function as designed, filtering, selecting, preserving what matters while releasing what doesn't. And what matters is not the ordinary details of ordinary days. What matters is the general sense of having lived, the accumulation of experience that shapes who you are, the patterns that form over time from thousands of ordinary moments you don't individually remember. You're becoming someone through all these ordinary days, learning things, developing patterns, growing in ways you don't consciously track. And this growth doesn't require you to remember every specific moment that contributed to it. The moments can do their work and then dissolve, can shape you and then fade, can matter in the living without needing to be preserved in explicit memory. Tonight, let this dissolution happen. Let today blur. Let the specific details release without resistance or regret. You don't need to hold on to the ordinary. You don't need to preserve what was never meant to be preserved. You don't need to remember tonight. Your mind will keep what needs keeping, will naturally consolidate the significant while letting the ordinary fade. And this natural process works better when you're not interfering with it, when you're not trying to force preservation of moments that are ready to be released. Sleep is when this sorting happens most effectively. When your brain reviews the day's experiences and makes decisions about what to keep and what to let go. But it can only do this work properly if you're actually sleeping, not lying awake, trying to manually curate your memories. Let your sleeping brain do this work. Let it handle the sorting without your conscious involvement. Trust that what needs to be remembered will be remembered, and what needs to be forgotten will be forgotten. And both processes are exactly as they should be. Nothing needs to be remembered tonight. Not by your conscious effort, not through deliberate review, not by trying to ensure preservation. Just let it all go. Let today dissolve. Let the ordinary moments return to the general past where they belong. And in the morning, you'll still be you, still shaped by everything you've experienced, still carrying forward everything that mattered, but lighter, unburdened by the accumulated weight of ordinary moments you no longer need to hold. Release them tonight. All of them. Everything ordinary and unremarkable about today. Let it go. Let yourself rest. Let memory do its work while you sleep, sorting and saving and releasing without needing your help. Nothing needs to be remembered tonight. Everything is already exactly as it should be. You wash dishes today, or you will tomorrow. You do this regularly, many times, countless times over the course of your life. And this task means nothing. It has no deeper significance. It's not teaching you profound lessons. It's not revealing truths about existence. It's not contributing to your personal growth or spiritual development. It's just washing dishes, removing food residue from plates so they can be used again. That's all. Nothing more. And this is exactly as it should be. Not everything in life needs to mean something. Not every task needs to carry significance. Not every moment needs to be teaching you or transforming you or contributing to some narrative of personal development. Some things are just what they are. Necessary actions, maintenance tasks, the basic work of keeping daily life functioning. But somewhere along the way, you learned to feel guilty about this. You learned that you should be extracting meaning from everything, finding lessons in daily tasks, treating every moment as an opportunity for mindfulness or gratitude or growth. And so you stand at the sink, washing dishes, and part of your mind is trying to make it meaningful, trying to be present with the water temperature, trying to find gratitude for having dishes to wash, trying to treat it as meditation or practice or something more than what it actually is. And this effort is exhausting because washing dishes is boring. It's repetitive. It's unremarkable. And no amount of reframing will make it feel profound when it's simply not. You're allowed to wash the dishes while thinking about something else. You're allowed to find the task tedious. You're allowed to do it simply because it needs doing, not because it's teaching you anything or contributing to your enlightenment. The same is true for every other ordinary task that fills your days. Making the bed, doing laundry, taking out trash, commuting, shopping for groceries, all of it. These tasks don't need to be meaningful. They don't need to be opportunities for presence or gratitude or growth. They're just tasks. Necessary, ordinary, unremarkable tasks that maintain the basic infrastructure of your life. And they can be exactly that, unremarkable. You don't owe them anything more. Don't owe them your full attention. Don't owe them appreciation or gratitude or the effort of making them meaningful. You can do them while your mind is elsewhere. You can do them efficiently and without thought. You can do them resentfully or neutrally or with complete indifference. It doesn't matter. The dishes get clean either way. The laundry gets done. The trash goes out. The tasks accomplish their purpose regardless of what meaning you do or don't assign them. This doesn't make you ungrateful or unenlightened or insufficiently present. It makes you human. A human being who has to do boring, necessary things and who is allowed to find them boring. The pressure to make everything meaningful is relatively modern. Your ancestors didn't spend time trying to find deep significance in their daily tasks. They just did what needed doing because it needed doing, and their lives were no less valid or fulfilling for this lack of imposed meaning. They understood something we've forgotten, that not everything needs to be significant, that ordinary tasks can be ordinary, that maintenance is maintenance, not opportunity. And this understanding gave them something precious, the freedom to do what needed doing without the additional burden of having to feel something particular about it, without the exhausting requirement of making it mean something. You can have this freedom too. You can release the burden of needing to find meaning in the meaningless, of needing to transform the ordinary into the significant, of needing to be grateful or mindful or present with every single task you perform. Some things can just be what they are. Boring tasks you do because they need doing. Nothing more, nothing less. And this release, this permission to let the meaningless be meaningless, is deeply restful. It removes a layer of effort you've been carrying without realizing it. The constant work of trying to make everything matter, because everything doesn't matter. Most of what you do on any given day is forgettable maintenance that serves its purpose and then disappears. And that's completely fine. That's how it's supposed to be. The meaningful moments stand out precisely because most moments aren't meaningful. The significant experiences feel significant because they're surrounded by an ocean of ordinary, unremarkable time. If everything were significant, nothing would be significant. The meaningful requires the meaningless as its backdrop. And trying to make everything meaningful destroys the very contrast that allows meaning to exist. So let your daily tasks be what they are. Let them serve their practical purpose without demanding they also serve some deeper spiritual or psychological purpose. Let the dishes be dishes. Let the commute be a commute. Let the ordinary maintenance of your life be exactly that ordinary. You don't owe these tasks your reverence. You don't owe them your gratitude. You don't owe them the effort of making them mean something they don't naturally mean. You just owe them the action, the doing, the completion, and that's all. Tonight, as you lie here, you can release the pressure of needing to have found meaning in today. You can stop asking yourself whether you were sufficiently present or grateful or mindful during your ordinary tasks. You did what needed doing. That's enough. That's all it ever needed to be. The dishes got washed or they didn't. The tasks got completed or they're waiting for tomorrow. And none of it needs to mean anything more than its practical purpose. You don't owe meaning to daily tasks. You're allowed to find them boring, allowed to do them on autopilot, allowed to complete them without transformation or insight or growth. And this permission is restful. This release of the burden of imposed meaning allows you to simply be, simply do, simply move through your ordinary days without the exhausting work of making them extraordinary. Let it be ordinary. Let it mean nothing. Let yourself rest in the relief of not having to make everything matter, because it doesn't all matter. Most of it is just maintenance, just living, just doing what needs doing. And that's enough. It has always been enough. Tonight, let it be enough for you too. You've been carrying a belief that you might not have noticed, a belief that says you need to earn rest, that sleep is a reward for productivity, that you deserve to lie down only after you've accomplished enough to justify it. And this belief creates a problem, because how much is enough? What level of accomplishment grants you permission to rest? Where is the line between earning sleep and not earning it? There is no line, because the entire premise is wrong. Sleep is not a reward you earn through exceptional days. It's a biological necessity you require regardless of what you accomplished. Your body needs sleep the same way it needs oxygen. It's not optional. It's not contingent on your achievements. It's not something you deserve, only after proving your worth through productivity. You need sleep on days when you accomplished everything on your list. And you need sleep on days when you accomplished nothing. And both of these needs are equal, equally legitimate, equally valid, equally essential. Your body doesn't track your productivity. It doesn't measure your accomplishments. It doesn't evaluate whether you did enough to deserve rest. It just counts hours since you last slept. It monitors your fatigue levels. It recognizes when your resources are depleted and recovery is required. And then it asks for sleep, not as a reward, as a biological necessity. But somehow, you've learned to ignore this need when you feel you haven't done enough, when the day was ordinary rather than exceptional, when you can't point to concrete achievements that justify rest, and so you stay up later, do more, push harder, try to earn the rest your body has been asking for all evening, as if exhausting yourself further will somehow make sleep more legitimate, more deserved, more allowed. But this doesn't work. You can't earn sleep through suffering, can't justify rest through depletion, can't make biological necessity contingent on achievement. Your body needs sleep tonight. It needed it, whether today was productive or wasted, whether you accomplished everything or nothing, whether the day was exceptional or completely ordinary. The need is the same. The requirement is the same. The biological imperative is the same. And you're allowed to sleep, not because you earned it, not because you did enough, not because today was sufficiently impressive to justify rest, but because you're tired, because you're human, because human beings need sleep regardless of their daily accomplishments. Think about children. Think about how they sleep. They don't evaluate whether they did enough that day to deserve rest. They don't measure their productivity before allowing themselves to be tired. They just get tired. And when they're tired, they sleep. Simple, natural, no earning required. And you're still that same biological organism. You still need the same rest. Your body still operates by the same rules that made sleep necessary when you were a child. The only difference is that you've learned to complicate it, to add conditions, to make sleep contingent on things it was never meant to be contingent on. But you can unlearn this. You can return to the simple truth that sleep is not a reward, it's a requirement. Your day doesn't need to be exceptional to permit rest. It just needs to be done. And it is done. It's over. And now, it's time to sleep. Not because you achieved something remarkable, not because you finally did enough, but because the day is over, and you're tired, and human beings sleep when they're tired at the end of days. This is how it's always worked, how it's supposed to work, how it works for every other living thing that sleeps. They don't evaluate their worthiness. They don't measure their accomplishments. They just recognize tiredness and respond to it with rest. You're allowed to do the same. Allowed to sleep on ordinary days. Allowed to rest without first proving your worth. Allowed to let biological necessity be enough justification all by itself. Tonight was never going to be contingent on today's accomplishments. Your body was always going to need sleep. The need was built in from the moment you woke this morning. And now that need is here, present, asking to be met, not because you earned it, but because you require it. Let that requirement be enough. Let biological necessity override any questions about whether you did enough today. You did enough to be tired. And tired humans need sleep. That's the only equation that matters. That's the only consideration that's relevant. Sleep does not require an exceptional day. It only requires a day. Any day. An ordinary day. This day. And this day has been lived, has ended, has brought you here, tired and ready, to this moment of rest. Let yourself rest, not as reward, as necessity, as the natural response to having been awake and alive and tired. You don't need to have achieved anything to deserve this rest. You just need to be human and tired and ready to sleep. And you are all of those things, right now, tonight. After this perfectly ordinary day that didn't need to be exceptional to bring you here. Sleep is waiting, not judging your day, not evaluating your worth, just waiting. Biological, necessary, available. Let it come. Let yourself receive it. Let rest happen without needing to earn it first, because you already have everything you need to sleep tonight. You're tired. The day is over. That's all it takes. That's all it has ever taken. Sleep does not require an exceptional day. It only requires this one. This ordinary, complete, sufficient day. And here you are, at its end, ready to rest. Right now, while you lie here, the world is continuing without your supervision. Your home is standing. The walls are holding. The structure is maintaining itself without requiring your vigilance. You don't need to monitor whether the roof is still attached or the foundation is still solid. These things continue being what they are, whether you're watching or not. The people in your life are continuing their own existence. They're breathing, thinking, living their own moments. They don't need you to hold them in your awareness for them to be okay. They existed before you met them. They continue existing when you're not thinking about them. They will be there tomorrow without you having maintained them through the night. Your responsibilities are exactly where you left them. They're not growing or changing or becoming more urgent while you sleep. The work that was there this evening will still be there in the morning, in exactly the same state. Nothing about sleeping makes problems worse. Nothing about resting creates new crises. But some part of you believes you need to stay vigilant, believes that if you stop watching, stop monitoring, stop maintaining awareness, something will go wrong. Something will slip. Something will fall apart because you weren't there preventing it. This belief is ancient. It comes from a time when vigilance was survival, when letting your guard down meant danger could approach undetected, when constant monitoring was the difference between safety and threat. But you don't live in that world anymore. You live in a world where most of what happens continues safely without your observation, where structures maintain themselves, where other people manage their own lives, where the ordinary patterns of existence continue their reliable rhythm, whether you're watching or not. The sun will rise tomorrow without you checking. Your heart will beat all night without your supervision. Your home will remain standing without your vigilance. All of this will happen because these systems are designed to function independently. They don't require your consciousness to maintain them. Don't need your awareness to continue being what they are. They're self-sustaining, self-regulating, capable of existing without your attention. And this is true for almost everything in your everyday life. The patterns you've established don't need you to watch over them. They continue their rhythm independently. The relationships you've built don't disappear when you stop thinking about them. They persist because they're real, not because you're holding them together with your awareness. Your job will still exist tomorrow. Your obligations will still be there. Your life will continue being your life without requiring you to mentally guard it through the night. Nothing you're worried about monitoring will change because you stopped monitoring it for 8 hours. Nothing will deteriorate because you looked away. Nothing will fall apart because you finally allowed yourself to rest. The everyday world is remarkably stable. It continues its patterns with or without your observation. It doesn't need you to be its guardian. Doesn't need you to stand watch over its continuing existence. And yet you lie here, part of your mind still scanning, still checking, still monitoring, still trying to maintain awareness of everything that might need your attention. But nothing needs your attention right now. Everything that could need your attention is either already handled or can wait until morning. There is no third category, no set of problems that require your vigilance through the night without requiring your action. If something truly requires your attention, you'll be alerted. Someone will call. Something will make itself known. The world has ways of reaching you when necessary. But the vast majority of your vigilance is monitoring things that don't need monitoring, watching over situations that are stable without your observation, maintaining awareness of problems that are already as solved as they're going to be today. This vigilance is costing you. It's keeping your nervous system activated, keeping stress hormones flowing, preventing the deep relaxation that sleep requires, all to watch over things that don't need watching. Tonight, you can practice letting go of this unnecessary guardianship. You can recognize that everyday life is self-sustaining, that the ordinary patterns continue whether you're watching or not. Your home is safe without your vigilance. Your people are managing without your constant awareness. Your responsibilities will wait patiently for tomorrow without requiring you to think about them through the night. Everything is continuing safely. Everything is maintaining itself. Everything is exactly as it should be for this moment, and you don't need to watch over any of it. Don't need to maintain awareness. Don't need to stand guard against imagined threats to your everyday stability. Let the world continue without your observation. Let everyday life maintain its own rhythm. Let everything be exactly what it is without your consciousness holding it together, because it doesn't need holding together. It's already together. It's stable. It's continuing safely, whether you're watching or not. Close your eyes. Let the vigilance drop. Let the monitoring cease. Let everyday life continue without you for these few hours. It will all be there in the morning, exactly as you left it. Safe, stable, continuing its reliable pattern. Because everyday life doesn't need your watchfulness to remain safe. It just needs to be what it is. And you just need to rest. Without watching. Without guarding. Without maintaining vigilance through the night. Everything continues safely. Without you watching. And that's exactly how it should be. Your body is operating an orchestra right now. Hundreds of processes running simultaneously. Each one essential. Each one coordinated with all the others. Each one maintaining the precise balance your organism requires to stay alive. Your heart is beating. Your lungs are breathing. Your kidneys are filtering. Your liver is processing. Your immune system is patrolling. Cells throughout your body are producing energy, eliminating waste, repairing damage, communicating with each other. All of this is happening right now. While you're reading these words, while you're lying still, while you're doing nothing conscious to make any of it happen. This orchestra has been playing since before you were born. It started in the womb, and it will continue until the moment you die. It has never needed your conscious direction, has never waited for your permission, has never required you to understand how it works. It just works. Automatically, constantly, reliably. And during sleep, this automatic regulation becomes even more important. Because sleep is when your body does its deepest maintenance work, when it repairs damage accumulated during the day, when it consolidates learning, when it clears metabolic waste from your brain, when it recalibrates all your systems to prepare for tomorrow. But you don't have to direct any of this. You don't have to consciously manage your repair processes. You don't have to monitor whether your body is maintaining balance correctly. Your body knows exactly what to do. It has sophisticated feedback systems that constantly measure and adjust. Sensors throughout your organism detecting tiny deviations from optimal and triggering corrective responses before those deviations become problems. Your blood sugar rises slightly. Your pancreas releases insulin. Balance restored. Your blood oxygen drops minimally. Your breathing automatically deepens. Balance maintained. Your body temperature fluctuates. Blood vessels dilate or constrict. Balance preserved. Thousands of these tiny adjustments happen every hour, every minute, every second, all of them automatic, all of them below conscious awareness, all of them keeping you alive without your participation. And this automatic regulation works better when you're not interfering, when you're not thinking about it or worrying about it or trying to consciously manage processes that are designed to be unconscious. Your body maintains balance best when you let it do its work without supervision. When you trust the systems that have been maintaining you successfully for your entire life. When you stop trying to consciously control what was never meant to be consciously controlled. You don't need to think about breathing to keep breathing. Your brainstem handles that automatically, adjusting your respiratory rate based on blood chemistry you're not aware of. You don't need to monitor your heart to keep it beating. Your autonomic nervous system manages that perfectly without your attention. And you don't need to manage your overnight maintenance to ensure it happens correctly. Your body will handle repair, restoration, recalibration automatically while you sleep. It has been doing this every night of your life. It knows exactly what to do. The only thing that can interfere with this natural process is your consciousness trying to stay involved, your mind trying to monitor, your awareness trying to manage what should be automatic. But when you let go, when you allow sleep to take you fully, when you stop trying to maintain conscious control, your body can do what it does best, can run its automatic processes at full efficiency, can maintain balance without interference. Tonight, you don't need to worry about whether your body will maintain itself correctly. You don't need to monitor any internal processes. You don't need to ensure that repair happens or balance is maintained. Your body has this handled, has had it handled since before you could speak, has been maintaining you successfully through every night of your existence. It knows when to release growth hormone, knows when to consolidate memories, knows when to clear cellular waste, knows when to recalibrate your circadian rhythm. knows how to manage every single process required for restoration and maintenance. And it will do all of this tonight, automatically, perfectly, without requiring your conscious participation. All you need to do is sleep. Let your consciousness release. Let your awareness dissolve. Let your body take over completely and do what it was designed to do. The balance will be maintained. The repairs will happen. The restoration will occur. All of it automatically. All of it without you. Your body maintains balance overnight. It always has. It always will. You don't need to help. Don't need to monitor. Don't need to worry about whether it's working correctly. It is working correctly. Right now. As you lie here. And it will continue working correctly through the entire night. Just let it. Let your body do what bodies do. Let the automatic systems run without interference. Let balance maintain itself the way it's been maintaining itself every single night of your life. Trust your body. It knows what it's doing. And it will keep you safe. Keep you alive. Keep you balanced through every moment of the night, without you watching, without you managing, without you helping. Just your body, doing what it was designed to do, maintaining balance, automatically, perfectly, all night long. Today happened, all of it, every moment, every task, every thought, every interaction. It all occurred in sequence, one moment following another, until it brought you here to this ending. And now it's done. Complete. Over. And you don't owe it anything more. You don't owe it a summary. Don't need to review what happened and evaluate how it went. Don't need to grade yourself on your performance or judge whether you used your time well. You don't owe it analysis. Don't need to figure out what it all meant, or what lessons you were supposed to learn, or how today fits into the larger story of your life. You don't owe it documentation. Don't need to preserve it in memory, or write about it, or ensure that future you will remember exactly how today felt. You don't owe it justification. Don't need to defend how you spent your time or prove that you made good choices or explain why things went the way they went. You don't owe today anything except permission to end, permission to be done, permission to fade gently into the past where all days eventually go. This doesn't mean today didn't matter. It mattered while it was happening. Every moment mattered in the living of it. But now it's lived. And lived moments don't need to be held on to. They've already served their purpose simply by occurring. Your mind wants to process, wants to make sense, wants to extract meaning, and ensure nothing important gets lost. This is what minds do. They try to create coherence from experience, but this work doesn't need to happen right now. And more importantly, most days don't require this kind of processing. Most days are just days. They happened. They're done. They can fade without needing to be understood first. You're allowed to let today blur, allowed to let the specific details dissolve, allowed to let it all become vague and general and part of the undifferentiated past. You don't need to hold on to it. Don't need to grasp at moments that are already gone. Don't need to preserve what was never meant to last as specific memory. Today can just fade, gently, naturally, the way days have always faded after they end, losing their sharp edges, losing their specific details, becoming softer and vaguer until they're just a general sense of having been lived. And this fading is not loss. It's natural. It's how memory is supposed to work. You can't hold on to everything. You're not meant to hold on to everything. The specific details of ordinary days are meant to dissolve so your mind has space for what actually needs keeping. Let today dissolve. Let it become soft. Let the sharp edges blur. Let the specific moments blend together into a general sense of having moved through another day. No summary needed, no evaluation, no analysis, no judgment, just gentle fading, just natural dissolution, just today, becoming yesterday, becoming the past. This is restful. This is what allows sleep. This is what happens when you stop trying to hold on to what's already gone. Today is over. You lived it. That's enough. That's all it needed. Now let it fade. Let it go. Let it become part of the past without resistance or effort or the need to process it first. Just fading. Gently, naturally. The way all days fade when you finally stop holding on to them, when you finally let them be done. Tonight, you don't need to understand today. Don't need to make sense of it. Don't need to extract lessons or preserve memories or ensure you remember exactly how it felt. You just need to let it be over. Let it end. Let it fade into the gentle blur where all ordinary days eventually go. No resistance, no grasping, no trying to hold on to moments that have already passed. Just gentle release, just natural fading, just letting today dissolve into yesterday. And tomorrow, when you wake, today will be softer, vaguer, less specific, already fading, already becoming part of the general past rather than the specific present. This is how it's supposed to work. This is the natural process. This is what allows you to move forward without carrying the accumulated weight of every specific day you've lived. Let today fade, gently, without needing to process it first, without needing to understand it, without needing to preserve it exactly as it was. Just fading, softening, blurring, dissolving, becoming past, becoming memory, becoming done. Let it go. Let it fade. Let it be over. Gently, naturally, without resistance, without effort, without holding on. Today is done, and you can let it be done. Can let it fade. Can let it go. Gently, completely, right now. Whatever complexity today held, whatever demands it made, whatever challenges it presented tomorrow, doesn't have to continue them. Tomorrow can be simple, can be ordinary, can be exactly the kind of easy, predictable, routine day that requires little from you. You don't need to carry today's intensity into tomorrow. Don't need to maintain today's pace. Don't need to match today's demands with equal or greater demands tomorrow. Tomorrow can be different, can be quieter, can be the kind of day where nothing dramatic happens and nothing dramatic is expected. And this is okay. This is allowed. This is actually what most days are meant to be: simple, ordinary, unremarkable passages of time that ask little and give you space to just exist. You might think you need to accomplish more tomorrow. Might feel pressure to be productive, to make progress, to justify your existence through achievement. But you don't. Tomorrow can be a day where you just maintain, where you do what needs doing and nothing more, where you move through your basic routines without any agenda beyond getting through the day. This is not failure. This is not laziness. This is not wasting your life. This is honoring what you need, which is sometimes just simplicity, just ease, just the relief of a day that doesn't demand anything exceptional from you. Tomorrow morning will arrive whether you're ready or not. The sun will rise. The day will begin. And when it does, you get to choose what kind of day it will be. You can choose simple, can choose routine, can choose the familiar patterns that require minimum energy and allow maximum rest, can choose ordinary over exceptional, easy over challenging, maintenance over progress. And choosing simple doesn't mean you're giving up, doesn't mean you're failing to live fully, doesn't mean you're wasting the precious time you have. It means you're being realistic about what you need. It means you're honoring your capacity. It means you're allowing yourself the kind of day that supports rest and recovery rather than depleting you further. Tomorrow can be simple again, can return to the basic patterns, can be ordinary in the best possible way, predictable, manageable, requiring little emotional energy and leaving you with resources at the end instead of completely depleted. You don't need to solve everything tomorrow. Don't need to make major progress. Don't need to transform anything, or fix anything, or improve anything. You just need to live through it. Move through it. Handle what needs handling, and let the rest wait. Simple tasks, familiar patterns, basic routines, nothing dramatic, nothing demanding, just the quiet rhythm of an ordinary day. And this is enough. This is actually exactly what you need right now. Not another challenging day. Not another day of intensity and effort and pushing yourself, but a simple day. A day that holds you gently. A day that asks little. A day that gives you space to recover from whatever today took from you. Tomorrow can be simple again. And simple is good. Simple is restful. Simple is what allows you to maintain balance over time instead of burning through your resources in one dramatic burst. Let tomorrow be simple. Let it be ordinary. Let it be exactly the kind of easy, unremarkable day that you don't have to prepare for or steel yourself against. Just a day. A simple day. An ordinary day. And that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly enough. That's exactly what tomorrow is allowed to be. Sleep now, rest fully. And when tomorrow comes, let it be simple. Let it be easy. Let it be the kind of day that continues supporting you instead of demanding more than you have to give. Tomorrow can be simple again. And simple is exactly what you need. Stillness is not something you have to create, not something you have to achieve through effort or practice or the right technique. Stillness is already here. It's already part of your everyday life. It exists in the pauses between activities, in the moments when nothing is demanding your attention, in the natural rhythm of your ordinary days. You've been still countless times today without noticing. Between tasks, between thoughts, between breaths. Tiny moments of stillness that you move through without recognition because you were looking for something more dramatic. But stillness doesn't announce itself. It doesn't feel like an achievement. It's just the natural state that exists when activity stops, when movement pauses, when the doing finally gives way to simply being. And everyday life is full of these moments. More than you realize, more than you've been taught to value. The moment between waking and getting out of bed, that's stillness. The pause before you start your day. Brief, barely noticed, but there. The moment between finishing one task and beginning the next. That's stillness. The gap where nothing is happening. Small, unremarkable, but present. The moment when you sit down after standing, when you arrive after traveling, when you stop after moving. All of these contain stillness. Natural, ordinary stillness that requires no effort to find because it's already woven into the fabric of your day. But you've learned to treat stillness as something special, something you have to seek out or create through meditation or practice or special circumstances, something that exists outside of normal life, that you have to make time for, that requires setting aside your everyday existence to access. And this belief keeps you from recognizing the stillness that's already here, already available, already part of every ordinary day you live. You don't need to go somewhere special to find stillness. Don't need to create particular conditions. Don't need to achieve some altered state of consciousness. You just need to notice the stillness that already exists, the pauses that are already there, the moments between activities where nothing is happening and nothing needs to happen. These moments are everywhere in your everyday life, between breaths, between heartbeats, between thoughts, between the words you speak and the words you hear, between each step you take and each movement you make. Stillness is woven through everything. It's not separate from activity. It's the space that makes activity possible, the pause that gives meaning to the motion, the silence that allows sound to exist. And you can access this stillness anytime, not by stopping everything and creating perfect conditions, but by simply noticing the stillness that's already present in this moment, right now. As you lie here, the stillness of your body, not moving, not doing, just being, just existing, just resting here without agenda or effort. The stillness between thoughts, the brief gap when one thought ends and before the next begins. That moment of mental quiet that you usually rush through without noticing. The stillness in the room around you. The air that's not moving. The objects that are simply being what they are without changing. The whole environment existing in its own stillness. This stillness belongs to everyday life. It's not extraordinary, not special, not something you have to earn or achieve or create through effort. It's just here, always here. Part of the natural rhythm of existence, part of every ordinary day, part of this moment right now. And you can rest in it, can let yourself be held by it, can recognize that stillness is not something you lack or need to seek, but something you're already surrounded by. Your everyday life contains all the stillness you need. You don't have to add anything. Don't have to change anything. Don't have to create conditions that don't already exist. You just have to notice, have to recognize, have to allow yourself to rest in the stillness that's already here. Tonight. The stillness is obvious. Your body is still. Your environment is still. The day has stopped moving forward. Everything has arrived at this moment of rest. And this stillness is not separate from your everyday life. It's part of it. It's where your everyday life has been leading all along, to this moment. This pause, this natural stopping point where activity ends and stillness remains. Let yourself sink into this stillness, not as something you created or achieved, but as something that was always here, always available, always part of your ordinary existence. Stillness belongs to everyday life. It's not special, not rare, not something you have to seek outside of your normal experience. It's here, in every pause, in every gap, in every moment when the doing stops and only being remains. And tonight, you can rest in this everyday stillness, can let it hold you, can recognize it as the natural state that's been here all along, waiting for you to finally stop long enough to notice. Stillness belongs to everyday life, and you belong to stillness, right here, right now, in this perfectly ordinary, perfectly still moment. The deepest rest you've ever experienced didn't happen somewhere exotic, didn't require special circumstances or perfect conditions or anything extraordinary at all. It happened in the familiar, in your own bed, in your own home, surrounded by the ordinary things you see every day. Because deep rest doesn't come from novelty. It comes from safety. And safety lives in the familiar, in the known. In the environment, your nervous system has learned to trust completely. Your body cannot rest deeply in unfamiliar places, even comfortable unfamiliar places, even places that should be restful. Because unfamiliarity requires vigilance, requires your nervous system to maintain some level of alertness to assess whether this new environment is truly safe. This is why you don't sleep as well in hotels, why the first night in any new place is always lighter, why even vacation, which should be restful, often leaves you tired. Your nervous system doesn't know these places, doesn't have enough data to be certain they're safe. So it maintains partial activation, stays somewhat alert, prevents the complete letting go that deep rest requires. But in the familiar, in your own bed, your own room, your own home, your nervous system can fully release, can stop monitoring, can trust completely because it has thousands of data points confirming that this place is safe. You've slept here hundreds of times, maybe thousands. And each time, nothing bad happened. Each time, you were safe. Each time, letting go completely was appropriate. And your nervous system has learned this, has built a deep association between this familiar environment and complete safety. Between this bed and total permission to rest. So when you lie here, in this familiar place, your body knows it can stop all vigilance, can release all tension, can allow the deep relaxation that only happens when safety is certain. This is why your own bed is more comfortable than any other. Not because it's objectively better, but because your nervous system has coded it as the safest place. The place where complete rest is allowed. The familiar pillow, the familiar weight of your blanket, the familiar sounds of your home, the familiar temperature and air and feeling of this space. All of it is sending powerful signals to your nervous system. Signals that say you know this place. You're safe here. You can let go completely here. And these signals allow access to deeper rest than you can find anywhere else. Because deep rest requires complete safety. And complete safety only comes from deep familiarity. The places you've never been, no matter how beautiful, cannot provide this. The experiences you've never had, no matter how peaceful, cannot create it. Deep rest lives only in the familiar, in the known, in the place your body trusts completely. Tonight, you're lying in that place. The place your nervous system knows better than anywhere else. The place coded as safe in the deepest parts of your brain. And this familiarity is giving you access to something precious. The capacity for truly deep rest, for complete letting go, for the kind of sleep that actually restores and heals and renews. You don't need to travel somewhere special to find this rest. Don't need to create perfect conditions. Don't need anything beyond what you already have. You have the familiar, and the familiar is exactly what deep rest requires. The familiar bed holding you, the familiar room surrounding you, the familiar feeling of being here, In this place, you know completely, where your body has learned it's allowed to rest without reservation. This is where deep rest lives, not in the extraordinary, not in the special, but in the familiar, in the ordinary, in the place you return to every single night. And tonight, that place is holding you, offering you the deep rest that only the familiar can provide. The rest that comes from your nervous system finally, completely trusting that it's safe to let go. Let the familiar do its work. Let your body recognize where it is. Let all those thousands of safe nights in this bed signal to your system that tonight is the same. Safe, familiar, completely allowing of deep rest, because deep rest lives in the familiar, and you are in the most familiar place, the place your body knows is safe, the place where the deepest rest is always available, here, in your own bed, in your own room, in the ordinary, familiar space that has held you through countless nights before. Deep rest is here, waiting, available, in the familiar place where it has always lived. This is it. The simplest truth. The one that releases everything else. You are allowed to sleep, not because you earned it, not because today was exceptional, not because you finally did enough to justify rest. You are allowed to sleep because you lived today, because you were awake, because you're tired now. That's all. That's the only requirement that matters. Your day doesn't have to have been remarkable, doesn't have to have included achievements or accomplishments or anything worth remembering. It just has to have been lived. And it was lived. You were awake. You moved through hours. You existed through moments. You handled what came. You were present in your own life, however ordinary that life was. And now you're tired. Not dramatically tired. Not exhausted from exceptional effort. Just normally tired. Ordinarily tired. Tired in the way every human being gets tired at the end of an average day. And this normal tiredness is all the permission you need. All the justification required. All the reason necessary to allow yourself to sleep. You don't need more than this. Don't need today to have been special. Don't need to have accomplished something impressive. Don't need to have earned rest through extraordinary effort. You just need to be tired. At the end of a day, an ordinary day, a day that was lived but doesn't need to be remarkable. This is enough. This has always been enough. This is all it takes to be allowed to sleep. Your everyday life is sufficient. Your ordinary existence is valid. Your unremarkable day counts as having been lived. And living through a day, any day, every day, is enough reason to rest at the end of it. You are allowed to sleep after an everyday life. Not a perfect life. Not an exceptional life. Not a life that looks impressive, or feels meaningful, or accomplishes great things. Just an everyday life. Ordinary, simple, unremarkable. Lived one normal day at a time, most of them forgettable, most of them blending together into the general flow of time. This everyday life is enough. You are enough. This day was enough, and now sleep is allowed, not as reward, not as something earned, but as natural consequence. As the thing that comes after being awake, as the rest that follows the day, every day, regardless of what that day contained. There's nothing more to do, nothing more to prove, nothing more to accomplish before you're permitted to let go. You lived today. That's all that was required. That's all that's ever required. Just living, just being awake and present and moving through whatever the day brought. And now, the day is done, and you can sleep, can rest, can let everything go without needing to justify it first. Your everyday life has brought you here, to this moment, to this bed, to this permission to finally rest. And you are allowed, completely allowed, without conditions, without requirements, without needing anything to be different than it already is. You are allowed to sleep after an everyday life, after today, after this perfectly ordinary, unremarkable day that was lived and is now done. Nothing more needed, nothing more expected, nothing more required except that you allow yourself to rest. You are tired. The day is over. Sleep is here, waiting for you. And you are allowed to receive it. Not because you earned it, just because you need it. Just because this is what comes after days. Just because you're human, and humans sleep when they're tired. That's all. That's everything. That's the only truth that matters right now. You are allowed to sleep. After this everyday life. After this ordinary day. After simply being awake and tired and ready to rest. No more justification needed. No more permission required. No more waiting for some threshold to be crossed before rest is allowed. You're allowed now, right now, after this everyday, ordinary, unremarkable day. You are allowed to sleep, finally, completely, without reservation, after your everyday life. Just sleep. That's all. That's everything. That's all you need to do. Just sleep. And now, you've arrived at the gentlest truth of all. Your everyday life has been enough. Every ordinary day, every simple moment, every unremarkable hour that brought you here. You don't need to make it mean more than it was. Don't need to transform the ordinary into something exceptional. It was always enough, exactly as it was. Your body knows how to rest inside this everyday life. It's been doing it all along, through all these ordinary nights, just breathing now, just being held by the familiar, just letting the everyday carry you into sleep. Nothing more to prove, nothing more to accomplish, nothing more to be. Just this, just rest, just the everyday life that has always been holding you. You can sleep now, deeply, peacefully, inside your perfectly ordinary life. Good night.